Good morning. Today is 15th of July 2025, and we are going to be racing today. We're going to be racing at Newcastle. This is in New South Wales, Australia. And we've got about 8 races today here. The ground reading is soft. The last finishing mile is about 415 meters. And we'll see what we can do here today. The thing with this track is they are not one of the prominent tracks. The stock here is limited, and on top of that, this season there is a dearth of good horses to race. So we got to be a little careful and see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week at least. We try to do that, but this season, during this month, we have reduced the number of tracks because of the ground conditions and the availability of the right horses. But that's more or less about it. And we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. And that is exactly what we try and do. I've got 2 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings. That's all that we have. We'll see if we got the feed.
A mill in the last 24 hours, but it should race very fair today, despite that rail being out a little bit. They're just trying to protect, obviously, the pad ahead of the carnival period, which really ramps up when we get to August.
1, 2, 4, and 5.
Next Thursday as well. But let's jump straight in and have a look at race 1 today. The Gordon's Gin Fashion High Tea at Cairns Jockey Club, 22nd of August, maiden over 1250 metres. It's one of those big days up here if you're in mid-August in Cairns. Get out to the races. 4 Geraldine's Wishes, the favourite for the first. On tab fixed at 243, Innovates at 270, 1 Maven at 380, 7 Calissa is at 10, 10 Echelon Magic 15, 2 Savvy Monk 23, 9 Archeretta 31, 6 Amalfitana is at $71. Well, I chopped and changed this one a little bit. I've ended up on 4, 3, 1 and 7. Kept coming back to the 4 Geraldine's Wish. Now, Geraldine's Wish and Innovates, the 2 I've really narrowed in on. They both come out of the same race here last up. Oh, tipped off. And when you look at the replays, Geraldine's Wish had a lot more against, and the run was very good. Put the head down at the start, was slow to begin, laid in under pressure in the straight. Good draw today. Should be handy. 1250 metres will suit a lot better. So I've gone that way with the favourite 4 Geraldine's Wish. I wouldn't sell Innovate short though. Will be a lot sharper for that first up run. Ren third. Was beaten probably a length and a touch behind Geraldine's Wish, who ran second in the same race. So just needs to improve and can. Maven the one. Oh, I don't know. He's a son of trapeze artist. Is the 1250 going to suit him? Probably. He was very, very plain here at $2.35 favourite last start, so take your chances with him. I think you're shopping unders with Wiggins and Massingham combination, and the 7 Calissa will be better for the 2 runs back. So 4, 3, 1 and 7 for me in race 1 at beautiful Cairns. Let's have a look at race 2. The Living Turf cutest 2-year-old handicap over the 950 metres. One plate she'll grow turf all year round as it Cairns. 5 is Noosh Bahush. The favourite at 260 tab fix. 2 Whiskey River at 321. Gold Classic at 350. 6 Tarong is at $7. 3 Raf Vader at 950. Big jump out to 10 Mr. Tia at 41. 11 Goanna Step at $51. And the 7 Got This at $81. 1, 5, 6 and 2 for me here. I've gone with the 1 Gold Classic. Bubble Checker near side off the first time. The pads are front the first time, are off the front the first time. So I think they've had a few little niggles with this filly by Dracarys, but she's won 2 from 6. She's been placed another 3 occasions, and she was highly competitive against some very good 2-year-olds early season. So I just think today, a couple of gear changes. She's had the 2 runs back, kept fresh, so hopefully they've ironed out any troubles there. But She's the one with enough runs on the board here. So 1 Gold Classic on top. 5 Joshua Bush, very impressive to win here on debut. 2 back, and then just didn't fire a shot at Mackay at the subsequent run over the 1200. So maybe back to the 950, kept fresh for this. 6 to Wrong interests me. Son of Power, thought his run in Townsville 2 back was very good. Wasn't disgraced in the breeders at Rockhampton. Has been out for a good strong break and trialled up okay in preparation for this at Townsville. And the 2 Whiskey River, a good debut run, a good win then at Townsville, and then just turned it up last start at Townsville. Didn't fire a shot, but can improve. 1, 5, 6 and 2 for me in race 2. We go to race 3, the Corey Machin Sheet Metal, benchmark 65 over the 1900 metres. A real now staying test. Parobic is your favourite, the 5 at 220. It's been really well back too. On tab fixed over the 2 John Joseph at 390. He's on debut out to 1900. 3 Harrows at 480. 10 Bowl Feeling at $5. 4 Medals at 10. A Demand is at $26. 7 Merry Old Soul. You won't find a better bred horse in Australia today than him. He's by Sarverville out of Tuesday Joy, but he's just a grinder. And 9 The Seeker is at $101. 5, 2, 3 and 4 for me here. I'll be the 5 Parobic. I just think this horse, Son of Piero's, found his absolute home here in Cairns. He's win 2 back over this trip. Carrying a couple of kilos less was very, very impressive. He put pay to them well. He had a few things against him at Innisfail, a heavy track. He was held up at the turn just when you need to get going. It didn't happen for him, but back to Cairns on top of the ground today. I think Parobic's a good bet. But he's getting in short enough because he's been well back. John Joseph, he's been kept safe in betting. I didn't think he'd run out a strong mile, but he did that at Townsville, 4 back to win. And he's been battling on well in some good races there over the mile. So maybe the Holt stable know what they're doing going to 1900. I've got a little question about it. The 3 Harrow, well, he hasn't won for a long, long time this grade. He can just do so much wrong. I don't know that he still wants to be here. They're trying a few things, a couple of gear changes today and stretching out to 1900. Will it turn him around? Who knows? 4 Medal, I thought on his day is capable in a race like this. Blinkers on again today. So 5, 2, 3 and 4 for me in race 3. We go to race 4. It is the happy 60th birthday. Ross McKee, Class 3 handicap. It's over the 1250 metres. Favourite is High Bar, the one with a monster weight. He's got Lacey Morrison, who resumes at the tabs today. She's had 1 meeting back at Ingham on Saturday. Rode 2 out of 3 winners, so she's come back straight up off the dance floor. 240 tab fixed favourite High Bar. 3 Curacan is at 420. 2 Arctic Bear at $6. 6 Noble Attack is $7.50. 9 Hell of a Bentley, $8. Shopping $9 this morning, so some trickles of money coming. 8 Napoleon Strikers at $15. 5 Lucky Letting at $16. 7 Bradshaw is at $17. Well, I'm keen on the each way chances of Hell of a Bentley here. 9, 1, 3 and 2. Here he was in the 2-year-old classic at Townsville last year. Now, this was a good race. The winner is Dance From Me, Randy, who hits the front now. Hell of a Bentley gets out of the ruck. He's in those green and black colours. You can see him just grinding, and then all of a sudden he starts to come late. But the bird had flown. His run was great, running second. He showed good ability prior to that. They then tipped him out for a very long break. He's had basically a year off, or almost a year off. He's had the 2 runs back. He had nothing go right for him last start at Townsville second up. He was wide throughout behind Revolt from a horrible draw. He draws okay today. Stanley sticks solid. I think there's plenty of upside about him, so I think he's a value special here today. 9 Hell of a Bentley. Over the 1 High Bar, he's the horse that's got the superior form lines for sure. His form down south was very good. He's had 2 runs up this way. I just think the 63.5 kilos is too much for him, to be honest. But he was slow to begin last start at Townsville, hit the rail. He was held up the turn of the 200, so nothing went right. Lacey Morrison aboard, good draw today. Just purely the weight is the factor for me. Curacan, the 3, resumes for Steve Massingham, Max Chris Waller, runner who can stay a trip, but probably needs this, but will be running on. And the 2 Arctic Bear, I thought was good at Innisfail the other day and brings some solid form from the Downs in southeast Queensland. 9, 1, 3 and 2. 9 of value special Hell of a Bentley in the 4th. Let's have a look at race 5. First leg at the quaddie. It is the Holmes Commercial Real Estate Class 3 handicap. This is a split division of that race. And the favourite is the very smart 1 Lean Eagle, 165 tab fixed. He has been rock solid all the way through. 4 Skogafoss or Skogafoss is at $4. 5 Listen to Zoo, 7 Ellie's Dream, each of 2 at $10. 2 Ratihi is and the 8 Attentive, each at 2 at $12. 3 Eagle Warrior is $18. The 6 Fast as Steelers at $34. I'm sticking with the smart lean eagle. No price about him, but he is ultra smart. This horse 1, 4, 8, and 2. Ryan Wiggins aboard for Steve Massingham. I know he's got 60.5 kilos. I don't think that'll worry him one bit. He carried 58 and did it easily last start at Townsville. He's just got this turn of foot, like a very smart horse, Lean Eagle, and I think he's going to go on and be very handy up this way. He's won 3 from 10. He's run a heap of placings, but he's still learning what it's all about. So there's still a little bit of immaturity about him, but the brilliance is there. Skogafoss, he's very consistent, this horse. He's a handy son of Lonhro. He's got Gate One, Ash Butler. I think he's the only possible danger to Lean Eagle. Then I've got the 8 Attentive, who was slow in the stride first up at Cairns, and the run was good, running second. The 2 Ratihi, who wasn't ex-Victorian, comes here with some good fresh form last preparation, so I'm keen to see what he can do today. 1, 4, 8, and 2, but he looks ultra hard to beat. Lean Eagle there in the 5th. Let's have a look at race 6. It is the Clive Gordon Memorial, benchmark 65 over the 950 metres. It was an icon of racing in the show circuit up in Cairns, Clive Gordon in North Queensland. Lost him a few years ago, but he was still working right to the end. He was a machine. 5 Lady Damas is your even money favourite. A little easy, out to $2. 2 Russian Mint is at $5.50. 4 Candlelit at $6.50. 10 Impardu. There's been good money for Impardu. I can see why. It's at $7.50. 3 Snitzeroo at $10. 6 Better Be Slick at $11. 9 Super Art at $15. And the 8 Dream Woman is at $19. Well, I'm very keen on the chances of the 10 Impardu. Shopping as much as $15, $16 this morning, but he was the first up running a benchmark 70. Now, Loud Noise is in the white colours. You can see Impardu on the outside. He's just taking a while to grind, to work into his gears, and he's grinding, and then all of a sudden he starts to come late, but Loud Noise had stole the margin and stole the race. We weren't too sad about that because we're on Loud Noise, but I thought Impardu's run was great. Now, his second up stats are very good. His form last preparation solid. I know he's got 59.5 kilos, but I carry that all day here today, and he's going to sit behind what looks to be a really hot tempo, and I can see why there's strong support for him. I thought he was way over the odds. Some markets up towards $20 yesterday, but that's a crazy price for a horse that has solid form for something like this. Lady Damas, well, her form is brilliant. She's won 3 from 4 this time in. She's been getting back and attacking the line hard. She's suited by the solid tempo here. She's won a couple of...
All right, this is the first one. If you look at the odds, it's 1, 2, 4, and 5. That 1 is the favorite. If you look through the rails, the 1 is here. Okay, but off late what has been happening is we are getting issues. Now the 2 is the linear. It's got the physics to get in there. It's a 3-year-old gelding, but here it is 32 by 34, which is also good. The 1 is a 34 by 38, which is better. So that's that. Now the problem is the 5. The 5 is a drop of 2 points, but it's got huge advantage than anybody else. It's got huge advantage than anybody else racing in this. It's a 2200 meter. The 5 is a 5-year-old mare. This distance has always been with the 5-year-old mares, and it's got the rails. So yeah, the 5 is pretty much in the game, it looks like. However, we'll see how it works. The first one, it's like that. The 1 is a 34 by 38, which is a 4-year-old gelding, and that's 38. This is still 47. So yes, the 5 is a threat. The 1 they're talking about is 34 by 38, which is a drift, and they kind of fail from this area. I don't know what to talk about this, but this is probably not the best place for the one. It's the larger drift. This one has the physics, and it will get in, but it's a 32 by 34. This one is a 49 by 47. So we'll see how it works, because this has the highest advantage of that horse with that advantage is a lethal combination. So that 5 is definitely a check. We'll see how it works. It's got the rails, it's got the physics, it's got everything. There's nothing bad about it. The management is bad for everybody, but that's that part of the story, the 5. The one which is the favorite is still standing at a 34 by 38. So we've been getting these kind of situations of late where, the lower spell horses are getting through, and they're getting through uh, in some way or the other. Here today, we don't know. I mean, my assumption is that this one fell. So the number 6 actually fell from 41 to 38. That's a huge fall. Here it is not. It is a 49 by 47, which is still the highest. So there is no reason to think that the 5 is not capable of doing it. The only problem that I see with 5 is it came in 13th 4 weeks ago. So it is not exactly in the right shape, and before that it came in 9th. So that's the only thing. Other than that, the 1 is a drift, the 2 is the linear, which is here. This is a 32 by 34, and this is the only one which is under uh, you know which looks uh, but that's a lot of pressure. We'll see how it works. The two is the linear. It is not a here on top. It is here. It has the physics, but will that physics work, and will it get? The 1 is also pretty much dicey the way things are. What can happen is 331, 30, 38, 35, 39. That is not possible. Fifth. And both of them have issues with their jockeys. This one has issues. This one also has issues. Forty-eight, 15, 1 and 2. Two of the highest pressure. That's that. We'll see how it works. The 1 is the favorite.
So our favourite here, Kona de Casa at 240 and from 280, over about $4. Newcastle has just been a drifter today, 350 up to 460, building a nice record for this prep. Friday Magnus is at 5 in from 6. We have Divine Outcast there at $7. Whisker to Whisker 750 in from 850. 11 about feet 2, and then a gap to the rest, $34 or more. As we head into the yard now, Mel, we begin with the one Koto de Casa. Keegan Latham writes, John Sargent. He's had 3 solid runs back. He's generally a horse that improves deeper on into the campaign, and I think that's just because of his physical makeup. He's a big body horse. He holds good natural condition. I thought he was brilliant into second position at Kembla last start behind Ant, who's gone on to run well at Flemington since then. I think 4th up into the campaign looks perfect. Visors are going on today for the first time. Blinkers are coming off, and he was a winner 4th up last preparation. I thought he was a great chance here. Melbourne Castle, the 2 coming into this off. A couple of nice wins for Richard Litt, and we have Top Sherry aboard. He's the up-and-coming horse. He's got all the upside. He's been placed in all 5 runs this preparation. He's chasing the hat trick. He was aided by a very nice ride to win at Hawkesbury last start. He got all the brakes back towards the inside. I expect him to get a similar run in transit here today. Just jumping up in grade and jumping up 3 kilos in the weights would be the only negative for mine, but he's a beautiful type to look at physically. First time I've seen him in the flesh, and although he's had a few runs now this preparation, he looks immaculate. Richard Litt's horses are always turned out in lovely order as well. As we look to 3 here, Richard Collett has fit 2 with Ben Osmond aboard. He's a horse that can mix his form. He's been placed 2 from his last 3. He did get hampered here last start, and it really impacted his momentum. He was beaten around 6 lengths. He should have finished much closer. Prior to that, he was brilliant from back in the field behind Stylebender, who's gone on to be placed since. He's a horse that enjoys getting his toe in the ground, so the shower of rain is certainly not going to hinder his chances. Nicely placed today with the claim. It's been a little while since he's won a race, but it wouldn't surprise me to see him win a race like this. Shea Wilkes is aboard the 4 Fighting Magnus for Barry Lawrence. He's an honest galloper. He's another one that hasn't won for some time. He had to work across from the outside gate here last start, but I thought he batted on bravely into 3rd position. He really needs rain-affected ground to be at his best, so whether it's wet enough today, I'm not too sure, but if they ride him in a similar manner to what they did here last start, I thought he could figure in the finish. Whisker to Whisker has been spec today, 850 into 750. John Thompson trains and Brock Ryan rides. She races really well here. She comes back in grade from listed company last start at Rose Hill, where she was well beaten. 4 weeks between runs, but she's been kept right up to the mark. I just find her a hard mare to catch. She's won the 3 from 35. I have no doubt she's got the ability if she puts her best foot forward. 6 is Divine Outcast for Rob and Luke Price with Ash Morgan riding. She never handled the heavy track 2 runs ago at Kembla, and then she wasn't too far away in the same race as Kona de Casa. This mare was beaten 1.9 lengths. She just needs to prove herself up over this trip. She's yet to win past a mile. Karen Owen and Maddie Owen combined here with Sound and Vision. He battled on quite nicely in the Sawtell Cup last start at Coffs Harbour. The extra distance looks to suit him, just a matter of where he gets to from the barrier. The 8 is through Wendy Haynes and Molly Bird.
Winner at Mudgee 4 runs ago, but has been very disappointing his last few runs. Claim will definitely help, but I don't feel his form is strong enough to be winning a race like this.
And finally, the 9, Savant de Learn for Greg Minns and Jess Taylor.
He's won the one from 18. He's been unplaced in all 3 runs of his preparation at country grade, so I'd be happy to bypass him on his current form, and his maiden victory was quite a long time ago.
All right, they're just making their way out of the yard now. We're just under 5 minutes to go from jump time. We've been bunkered up in here, Mel. I must say, we're hiding from the weather. It's a little bit chilly here at Newcastle. I was told it never rains in Newcastle. I might have been lied to, but we have had beautiful weather every other time I've come up to the track. The shower looks like it's passed by, though, at the moment, so we might go for a wander and see who we could have a chat to. You're quite keen on Koto de Casa here, though, for the first.
Yeah, I am. I'm 1, 2, 4, and 3. Happy to have Coda de Casa on top. Rises are going on for the first time. Beautiful big bodied horse to look at physically. So I think 4th up into the campaign looks perfect. Big weight to carry, but he's a horse that does carry weight well, and I'm happy to have him on top. 2, Malbrook Castle, he's got all the upside. First time I've seen him in the flesh, but he presented in tip-top order here today. He's chasing a hat-trick of wins, albeit he's going up in grade and up in weight. He's the horse in form and he's on the up. Fighting Magnus, whether it's wet enough for him, I'm not too sure, but it was an encouraging performance last start here where he battled on bravely up on top of the speed. I just hope they ride him in the same manner today. And Feet 2, been a little while since he's won a race, but he has got the ability if he gets the right running transit. 1, 2, 4, and 3.
All right, we might touch on Feet 2 because I can see that Richard Collett is here, so he might be our first victim as we go over and have a chat to him about Feet 2. He's just mid-conversation at the moment. I thought I might grab you if that's all right and have a quick chat. How are you?
Good. Yeah, good. Thank you.
They've turned the weather on for us today, haven't they?
Well, I'm not seen enough from my horse, I don't.
That's a very good point, actually, now that you say that, as we just bring the camera over here. So we've had a bit of drizzle about. How is he? I know he's a while since he's a winner, but he's building up to something maybe this prep.
Yeah, look, he's gone a couple of good races. He ran 2 good seconds, and then the last outing here, he just got shuffled up a little bit and got held up in the straight, but he was good. But this was probably the race we're getting him ready for, 2200. Yeah.
No doubt that rain falling up the highway would have been a bonus.
Yeah, but it was on the highway and it wasn't here. If it was the last race, I'd have been happy. Yeah.
And can you tell us properly how to say his name? Because I always say Feet 2, but I feel as though we need to hear it from a Kiwi.
Wow, you got it right. Feet 2, WH is an F. That's right. Yeah.
But I'm glad we're saying it right. Thanks very much and good luck here.
Thank you.
Took me a little while to get his name right, Ali. I was calling him Watu for 3 or 4 runs, but good to hear we've got it right now.
Luckily, I think I said it a few times as well. It might have been Lindy who ended up tweeting it out, and I'm not sure if you saw that tweet as well.
No.
But I think she tweeted it out and just reminded everybody, so we always appreciate that. We want to make sure that we say the names correctly, don't we? So it's always much appreciated when people let us know any way to say them that does them justice. Let's take a look at the market. They just made their way out behind the barriers, really about 2 minutes out from a start time. And we did touch on the rain, Mel, as I was driving up. There was a little bit around, and they've obviously had a little bit on the ground here, but not enough to take us out of that soft 5 range. So chilly conditions, but it looks as though the bulk of the rain has passed now. Taking a look at the radar. So just easing now slightly is Kodo de Casa at that 290. Quant was as short as 240 a little bit earlier on. Fighting Magnus is at 480 to sit on the second line now, so that's been a move here. So they just maybe start to think the boys got a little bit around there. So 6 into 480 for Fighting Magnus. Melbourne Castle is a drifter, 350 up to 6, as I say that. Whisker to whisker. Expect here, $8.50 into $6. The fee 2 is pretty solid at that $8 point now, along with Divine Outcast. And then it's a gap to the rest of the $26 or more. So just an easy favourite here in Koto de Casa.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see him in the market slightly. I didn't expect him to actually come up favourite. I thought Malbrook Castle would probably be favourite. He's got all the upside. I've just tipped against him for the fact that he's stepping up in grade and up in weight off a class 1. But as we know, these staying races, it generally just comes down, they're fairly even, and it generally comes down to the horse that gets the right run in transit. Like I said, Malbrook Castle is the horse on the up. Koto de Casa, his horse always parades beautifully. Today is no different. The other horse that I always like in the mounting yard is Whisker to Whisker. She's a beautiful mare. I've tipped her on a few occasions and she hasn't been able to get the job done, but she does race very well here in Newcastle. There's been support for her too, so she's into that $6 quote up to opening $8.50 this morning. But on the second line now, Fighting Magnus out to 2,200. It's probably been the biggest move here. Went up $8, was 6 this morning, now into $4.80 as they load well for the first of 8 races here at Newcastle. Let's get off and join Ben Hall.
The 2,200 metres. Sound and Vision will take up the position in the outside gate, and the red light is being turned on. And they're off and racing. Starter caught them in a great line too. The centre of the line, Fighting Magnus, began nicely. It's going to push forward towards the leader. Sound and Vision from the outside gate goes forward, and Coda de Cars is just coasting across. Then Malborg Castle through was next. Then Fee2, Savant Daloon third last, settling down. Divine Outcast second last over on the rail, and Whisker to Whisker is last over the crossing with 1,800 metres left to go. So Sound and Vision from the outside gate found the fronter, led by a link to the favourite Coda de Casa. 30th Malborg Castle on the inside of Fighting Magnus, who's the one they backed in the market. 2 lengths away through, parked on the outside of Fee2, midfield on the railer. 2 lengths away, Savant Daloon, then Divine Outcast 3/4 of a length away over on the inside, and a length away, Whisker to Whisker. Into the back straight, 1,400 metres left to run. They've sorted out their order. And Sound and Vision in front at a leisurely tempo. By a length, Coda de Casa, and Malborg Castle gets the box seat, run third on the rail. A neck away, 4th, Fighting Magnus in a good spot. Fido 5th over on the fence. A half a length away was through. Then came Divine Outcast, Savant Daloon on its outsider. And Whisker to Whisker is last of all as they work their way to the top turn. Sound and Vision at the 1,000, led by a length, Coda de Casa, who travels nicely. Malborg Castle likewise third on the rail, and Fighting Magnus in a nice spot, 2.5 off the leader. Feet 2 over on the rails, been covered by through, and out wide, Savant Daloon taking off. Then Divine Outcast, who's being passed by Whisker to Whisker. 700 metres left to go, and they're about to inject some speed into the race. Sound and Vision from Coda de Casa. Fighting Magnus going forward 3 wider. 4 wide, Savant Daloon. Malborg Castle gets the drop on that 4. Then through Feet to Whisker to Whisker, and they've dropped off Divine Outcast. 450 to go around the turner. Sound and Vision in front from Coda de Casa. Rider goes for the whip. Then Fighting Magnus on the outside. Malborg Castle trying hard. Feet 2 gets into the clear. Then Savant Daloon, Whisker to Whisker down the outside. Sound and Vision still bombing. Coda de Casa levelling up on the outside. Feet 2 on the outside's joining in. And Whisker to Whisker's right down the outside. 150 metres left to go. Coda de Casa out after Sound and Vision. Feet 2 joining in. It's Sound and Vision in front. Coda de Casa and Feet 2 are coming hard on the outside. Feet 2. I think Feet 2 might have just won. Sound and Vision and Coda de Casa in a photo as well. Savant Daloon not far away. Then Fighting Magnus followed by Whisker to Whisker. Then through Divine Outcast and Malborg Castle.
It's dropped out, hasn't he, there, Malborg Castle? It looks like Fig 2's done just enough to get there. We had a chat to Richard Collett pre-race and said it's been a long time between drinks, but this has been his target race. He was working up to the 2,200. He enjoyed that little bit of rain around. Probably could have had even more for him, but today the day for Fee 2. Coda de Casa has run into second, and then leading them up there, Sound and Vision has come on, I think, for third. So first 3 over the line, it is Fee 2, Coda de Casa, and Sound and Vision was 7 there. Yeah, not surprised to see him do that today. Thought he may have needed it a little softer, but he got a beautiful run in transit. He said midfield
317 and 5.
Just set it up beautifully. Beautiful drive into the.
So what happened? This was a climb, definitely. This was also a climb. This was a higher spell. 3-1. And then came the 7. And then 5. 3, 7, 8, 11. 9, 6, 4, and 5. Right, this is the second one here at Newcastle today. And if we look at the odds, which 9, 6, 4, and 5, 9 is the favorite. If we look to the rails, the 9 is on top. That's the highest spell anyway. The problem is this, that it's a colt and this is not a friendly jockey. So if that thing kicks in, it will not run. And if it runs, then it wins. That is the highest spell. That is one of the highest advantage. The other one is here, which is 27, 26, which is a drop. But this would have been a linear if this was a race. So 10 is a check. The rest everything is okay. We'll see. And we have these horses here, 2021, 26. This is way more.
In race number 1 on the card here, 9 minutes away. It's over the 1400 metres. Major Lightning, your short price favourite, $1.60, $7 for Cami, Phil's Colours and Impending Harmony. Two of the three runners that Sharon Jeffries has in the race. They're the other two here in single figures. Let's take a look at them. They're all in the yard. Just getting the attention of Jeremy Gask, who's on course here today with his favourites. So that might be a pointer in itself. Number 1 is Great Flame, trained by the Redfern Express. Terry Fay wasn't any good footballer. Tough as old boots. He's got a team in work there at Dubbo now, and Great Flame's been ticking on pretty well. Was good at Narromine 2 starts back. Went around at $201. Was beaten a length and a half behind My Boy Scout in a race that's turned out to be a pretty good form race. The second horse came out and won a Super Maiden straight after that, and Great Flame actually contested that race. Was beaten 4 lengths behind Hefty Price on that occasion. So he's ticking along pretty well. He's got to stretch out to the 1400 today after those couple of runs at the 11, but gets 3 kilos off for Jordan Quince. And maybe the time to take on a race like this. The 2 is your favourite, Major Lightning, trained by Jeremy Gask. As I mentioned, he's made the trip over from Scone. Jeremy had a couple of other runners engaged here today. He's scratched them, but he's elected to keep this bloke in. Look, he brings good form into a race like this. Second at Musselbrook, 3 starts back. Second at Narromine, 2 starts back. And beaten a bit over length at Musselbrook again last time out. He's just got this bad habit of missing the kick. Last start, he copped a bit of interference when one of the other runners dislodged the rider. But we're still only beaten a bit over a length. All things being equal today, this should be a suitable race for him to break through and get the maiden out of the way. He's well bred by Calix out of that really handy mare, Avoid Lightning. The 3 is Phil's Colours. Sharon Jeffries has got this bloke, 4-year-old by Justify. He's beautifully bred. I've said it on a few occasions. He's got enough ability. He just still learning what racing is all about. He was well beaten last time out, but the run prior to that at Parks was good. He was in the placings a couple of times in his first preparation as well. Good draw today, Kenny Dunbar aboard. The 4, Prizes Galore, trained by Dave Smith. He's had the 6 starts, yet to figure in the placings, was beaten nearly 20 lengths when he last went around. That was here on the 2nd of June behind Miss Clamorosa. She won by about 5.5, 6 lengths that day, but still the margin was fairly substantial. Bit of a freshen up, drops back in trip, but would need to lift off the most recent of efforts. The 5, Cami, drops back from the mile last time out. That was behind Bonnie and Bruce. Back to the 1400 metres. She's been a man that's shown good speed in her races throughout her career. Michaela Weir aboard today. I expect they'll be positive and settle up on speed there with her. The 6 is I Don't Think So for Brett Robb. Lovely mare by Say You Think. Should probably appreciate the bit of rain that we've got, a little bit of sting out of the track as the breed generally do. Was well beaten at Dubbo there on the 10th of July behind Highland 8G. Prior to that, had been beaten 9 lengths. So there's a win in us somewhere, but just the margins of late aren't overly appealing. The 7, Impending Harmonies, had the 1 run back this preparation. That was at Cowra. She was only beaten 2.2 lengths, but she is lining up for start 27, yet to break through. She gets a good draw today, and like a few others in this race, probably gets the best opportunity to break through and get a win on the board. And the other one of Sharon's runners is the 8, that's Shoe Bill. Filly by Saxon Warrior, went around at Canamble last time out. That was on the 15th of June behind West Head. Prior to that, went around behind Miss Clamorosa. So gone around against a couple of handy ones, getting beaten sort of 7 to 10 lengths. But this is I suppose a less substantial maiden as far as grade goes. Could appreciate the drop back in grade here today with Maddie Carl aboard. Certainly been kept nice and safe in the market there around that 950 quote. So that is a look at the runners in the first. Only a small field engaged. and we're about 5 minutes away from start time. Small fields, really the order of the day, with the exception of one of the races later on, which has a full field of 14. That's race number 6. So small field's the order of the day, and hopefully we can find a few winners. Jeremy Gask's been kind enough to come over and join us. He's got Major Lightning going around here. He's probably been doing the same prayers the last couple of days as most of us have been, that this bloke will jump, because we know he's got the ability. He just seems to find a bit of trouble out of the gates.
Yeah, he does. He just reacts to the gates, clattering back, and he's not alone. As I said before, the whole family have done it in the early days, so he's got to get over that. Time will hopefully see him improve with that.
Obviously, Narromine 2 starts back. We saw that in fourth force. Last time out, he was a bit slow again, and then popped a bit of backwash from that other runner touching the rider.
Yeah, he had to, I think, dodge the rider on the ground, but I think in fairness, he's probably going to be there anyway. But yeah, it'll be interesting today because early on in his racing, we sort of thought he was struggling on the softer tracks, on the wet tracks, and Musselbrook was the first time he'd been on a little bit of give in it. So hopefully he handles this today.
Obviously, I think you came out to Narromine there. What was that, on the 23rd of June? You don't make too many trips over this way, but such is the strength of racing now. You've got to take these horses so you can get a result, and this does look a suitable race.
Yeah, I think that's right. Musselbrook, I think there was only 2 country trainers in that race that made it at Musselbrook, so you do have to go further afield, and I think the weights today help him because his form was decent. So yeah, and I've never been here before. It's the first time, and people always told me it's a lovely big track. And he gets back a little bit. If he is slow, it sort of gives him a little bit of time. We're just going to hope that there's any speed on.
Obviously, he's a $1.55 favourite, so there is a bit of confidence around about him. What's your confidence level like?
Oh, I think he's got the ability to win for sure. I just would love not to have rained on the way up here. But yeah, look, you'd have to be confident with his form. I think he's got the best form in the race. He's just got a few little quirks he's got to start to overcome before he starts putting things together. But he's been a bit unlucky. Probably he could have easily won 1 or 2. Well, obviously we're doing your mate, you can't win another one. But he should definitely have put one together now. So hopefully today's the day.
You had a couple of other runners accepted. You've elected to scratch them. Is that a bit of a pointer that you were keen enough on this bloke to still set him around?
Not really. I would have probably rather bought a mate, to be honest. One ran yesterday, and the other ones actually I just had to give her a little bit of a break. So no, that was really probably circumstances rather than intentional. I would have, as I said, I would have loved him to have a mate. He's handled the trip up fine, and fingers crossed.
Stable's going well. Are you still picking your jaw up after managed to cycles win yesterday? It was enormous.
Yeah, it was. I was only just talking to Sid about it earlier that yeah, it was a terrific win. And for him, if you'd said that he was going to put 2 in a row together at the beginning of the prep or last year, even I would have laughed. But he just seems to be in a good space at the moment. All the horses seem to be in a good place. The staff are doing a terrific job. We're only a really small team. We've only got about 8, 9 horses in racing trip, and a lot of thanks has got to go to the farrier as well. He's done a big job with a couple of those horses in particular that have been going really well.
Best of luck. There is Jeremy Gask, the trainer of your favourite here, Major Lightning, $1.60. I've got him on top, 2-7-1-5 if he does everything right out of the gates. His form is clearly good enough to be getting away with a race like this, just down to $1.65 now. I suppose that's the big if. When they've got a habit of doing it, they tend to keep on doing it. So he's got the outside gate here, so he should be the last one in, hopefully last in, get them going pretty quickly, and he can just forget all about the issues that he's got there coming out of the gates. I think he looks very, very hard to beat. The market tells you that as well. Put the 7 in for second, which is Impending Harmony. I thought did enough first up from a spell. Only beat a couple of lengths there at Cowra. Gets a good draw here today when you feel aboard. She can run well. The one Great Flame. I don't see any reason why he can't continue to race well. His form in certainly his past 2 starts has been competitive enough for a race like this. He does have to step out from the 1100 to the 1400 metres. He needs to get back tight. There might be as much speed on as he's been enjoying in his past couple of starts, but the horse is certainly racing well, and I'll put the 5 in for 4th, which is Canny, dropping back in trip here today. Probably settles up on speed, and we've seen at Warren for a little while now that be close to the fence. That is a big advantage. You should be able to get to a nice positive spot close to the fence there. So I'll put her in the 4, 2, 7, 1 and 5. Field colours. He's been 1 of 9 through the early stages of the season. Really good 9 on the job. They've been right a bit on a cheeky race here as well. It's a $9.50 chance. You should get this other one. I think the green at the 8 Shoeville. It's equal second vote now, $7.50. It's that good support there to Shoeville. Gets the services of Matthew Carr today. We recently chalked up 3,900 winner. It's a year. So what a market for being Matthew Carr. 3,900 winner. Greg Ryan and Robert Hudson that I could think of out in the country there in Central. They've run up more through their careers. So they just outloaded me for the first. I was pretty cool. All right. All right, unfortunately, we don't have a score at the moment. Fanny's gone to the front, takes the lead up ahead of, I don't think so, Phil's Cullen sits third, the fence, great playing to the fourth, three right there, Shoeville. The quarterback on the inside there to the 7 to the Premier Army. Make the right in the second half, and then guys with the law last as they make their way up towards the third now. It's Fanny still in the front. I don't think so to the outside. Great choice, and moves up 3 wide. Phil's Cullen sits fourth, the fence. Should really make the right, swings up around the outside. So it's gone to the narrow lead, fights back on the inside. Feels hard, it's about now, make the right. Now, being let loose down the outside, and the most right of the team, that I can see. Make the right, to the fight and finish out, make the right on the outside, come closer to the inside, make the right, takes the lead over the conclusion, so it starts to draw away, make the right, gets the make out of the way, beats Fanny. Third spot there, the Army ahead of five of the wall, feels cold in the fifth, and then gap back there, headed up by Shoeville. I don't think so, second half, and last over the line was the great play that made the right, gets the win on the board, gets the mate out of the way and start number 9, Santa Driver aboard for Jeremy Gath. Favourite come across to a good start. He only done the third race, up on speed there, took a little bit of getting past over in the early part of the straight anyway, but made the right in once Sierra really got stuck in over between stages and pulled away to win by about 3.5, 4 lengths on the line. In many Harmony's run well in third spot, backed up that good run first up, but Major Lightning was far too good for the mare. Paid $1.60 and $1.04. Penny $2.20 the place, and Penny Harmony $3.20. And that was pretty effortless in the end with the favourite backer, Jeremy Gath. His team absolutely flying at the back. Yesterday at Scone in the last. Turns up at Warren today in the first and gets the job done nicely with this 3-year-old gelding by Alex out of Avoid Lightning, who I think might have won in Group 1 during her career. Last year, about that short speed, he can make his way over. He's on strapping duty as well, obviously, the one runner in the float today, and that was much, much better. Yeah, I watched it live. It looked pretty, I asked it, I don't really think they're attracted. She's riding really well for us at the moment. But she running up to a hole somewhere, so I was must have been happy. Seemed to jump a little bit better, didn't sort of tail out. He was still in the back half of the field, but he seemed to do the first part of the race better than he had been. That's right. With it raining, I didn't have my glasses on, so I was actually watching the horse at night because the horse actually was last until the call probably picked up. No, it was good. And hopefully he'll learn to jump better if he goes to the country. He's got on the board, he can go on a little bit. You've had a good amount of luck with this film, the Avoid Lightning Penny. She won a good one. Ran second. Yeah, she was a pretty good mare. And it's his family, right? I think I bought the mother before I went to Newcastle before the night. So it's been a family, you know, really well. Yeah, they have. They're all good, honest. They all win. They've all won at the there, and I think their abilities are actually going to be. So when you're going to get him on it, there is Jeremy Gass, the trainer of Major Lightning, gets the win on the board here in the first at Warren. Great ride by Sienna Grimer. Managed to get him out, got him comfortable, and got out to the centre part of the track, and he was just far too good. But Tammy's run well. Impending harm, he might be one to follow, and prizes galore in 4. 2, 5, 7, and 4. Hopefully that's the last time today. I'll have to call a race. We'll take a break now on Sky Thoroughbred Central. On the other side, we'll head to Newcastle.
He runs to come with here. And this race is definitely stronger than what he contested last start, but he certainly looks the part in the yard. 2 is the well-relationship demo derby for Ed Cummings in Blackrock. Big striding galloper, by the looks of him, off the trials. He's had 3 trials to date, and he's been placed in on 3 of those. He finished second in that latest trial where he got back. He was ridden along at the top of the strike, would have worked home quite nicely. He's got no excess condition. He's right up to the mark of those trials. Interested to see how he goes here today. Lovely looking type, isn't he? So he's got Tiger Knot in the family, of course. 3 are scratching, so we look to 4 here. Harry's Evidence for Gerald Ryan, Sterling Alexiou and Jay Ford Lives. He's had the 2 career starts. He was runner-up on debut at Hawkesbury, where he was set out short in the market. The winner, Columbia Blues, come out to be placed in town since then. Disappointing for mine on the Kensington last start, where he was beaten 37 lengths, but he had genuine excuses. He put up with cardiac arrhythmia, and the rider reported that he actually held his breath. So tongue tie is going on today for the first time. He's been back to the trials. He's done everything right at the trials. He won his latest at Rose Hill. 4 weeks between runs. I expect them to be positive from the barrier, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him improve sharply today. Richard and Will Friedman have the 5. Vince Santo with Keegan Latham aboard. His first up of 2 trials, he was beaten around a length in his latest at Rose Hill, where he sat up on top of the speed. He went to the line full of running. I expect him to settle close to the speed here today with a freshness in his legs and a positive variant. Although I don't have him in the mix, it wouldn't surprise me to see him run a nice race here today. Nice and relaxed to look at. Cellar Master is the 6, currently on the second line of betting for John O'Shea and Tom Charlton. Andy Adkins rides. He's having his first day at the races. He's had 2 trials this campaign. He really improved sharply from trial 1 to 2. He looked a lot sharper in his latest trial at Canterbury, where he was given a squeeze and really responded down to the line. Very relaxed customer for a horse having his first day at the races. That'll put him in good stead today. 7 and 8 out, so we look to our short price favourite now here, the 9 Hillier for Annabelle and Rob Archibald, Tom Sherry. His form is well exposed, of course. He was placed on debut in the Canterbury at Group 3 level last preparation, and then his form just tapered off, albeit he was racing in far stronger races in group and listed companies. So he resumes today off 2 trials. He's done everything right at the trials. He's drawn beautifully. First time I've seen him in Flash is actually the horse that comes good natural condition, lovely and healthy in the coat. And if he can run up to his round debut last preparation at Group 3 level, he should be winning this. Hopefully we'll get the thoughts as well of Annabelle Archibald, who's here a little bit later on. The 10 finally here is Sunburn Country, James Cummings and Ash Morford. Blinkers are going on today for the first time. He's first up. He's had 2 trials. Not been far away in either of his trials. He was ridden along in that latest. So perhaps this is a nice starting point for him here today. He wasn't as straight in his 2 runs in last preparation. Happy just to watch him though. All right, well, I'm joined by Annabelle Archibald now, who's just returned from her honeymoon. You're on a safari in Kenya riding. How cool.
Yeah, it was very cool, but back to reality now.
Certainly. Well, let's talk about Hillier here. So he's our short price favourite. We saw what he was able to do last preparation. He's had the 2 trials back. His most recent was quite impressive, and the last time we saw him was in the Black Oval. What do you make of him?
He's a really talented colt. You saw that on debut when he ran second in the Canterbury, but he then just, got a few bad habits. He's always been horses, been a little bit aggressive in everything that he does. So it's been a case of just trying to get him to relax. So we had to almost sacrifice a couple of runs just trying to teach him, going back and trying to get him to switch off. So we then put him in the paddock, just let him mentally mature, and he's come back, physically obviously improved. But the main thing with him, he seems to have mentally matured, which he needed to do. But he's done everything right in his trials, and if he can execute everything properly today, then he should run very well.
He's obviously a beautiful type, and he's got that big frame on him, a bit of leg underneath him, a lovely mover. Have you seen him develop into this preparation?
Yeah, definitely. And as I said, the main thing with him is that his whole demeanour is a lot more relaxed than it was. He's always been probably the best looking colt we've got in the yard. He's if looks could kill, but it's no good being good looking if you don't put it all together come race day. So hopefully he can do that today, because he's always been a horse we've had a really nice opinion of.
Best of luck with him. Good to have you back.
Thank you.
Mel, 9, 4, 6 and 2. Happy to be with the 9 here. Hillier, he is absolutely gorgeous colt to look at physically. Nice and relaxed behind the barriers there. Those ready muscle come off shortly before he's loaded away, but he's an absolute standout to look at in the yard. Of course, he was placed on debut at Group 3 level, so if he can do that here, he should be winning, albeit he's very short in the market. For Harry's Evidence, I expected him to be a little bit bigger when I've seen him in the yard, but he's rock hard fit. I think we can see him improve off his last start effort on the Kensington, where he pulled up with genuine excuses. He's been back to the trials and trialled up well. The 6, which is Cellarmaster, I was impressed with the way this fellow was turned out, having his first day at the races. He had a beautiful attitude, loved the improvement he made from trial 1 to 2. Wouldn't surprise me to see him run a nice race. And there's 2, Demo Dermy. He doesn't hold a lot of excess condition. He's been well trialled up. Just looks like a horse that'll perhaps improve with racing. 9, 4, 6 and 2. Interesting to get the thoughts there of Annabelle Archibald. Of course, they've just come back. She's had a couple of weeks away with her now husband, Rob. They went on safari. It looked incredible. Didn't it look amazing? Yes. She said she was in the saddle for a week, so she was feeling a little bit sore, and all the animals they saw, I know they were posting a little bit on social media, so it'd be nice to come back and have a winner for them here in the form of Hillier, who is just starting to ease a touch in the market now, Mel. So he's out to $1.75. He did open $4.60. As I said, there are a stack of deductions to take note of here. We had 17 cents for Firework, who I know you were keen on. Escargot was 11 cents, 6 cents Watson, but Hilly's just at $1.75 now. There's been support for Cellarmaster in the second line at $4.40, in from $4.80 after opening at $8. Harry's Evidence is at $6, out from $4.20 this morning. Vin Santos, $7 to $8.50. Demo Dermy on Debut, who's got tie the knot in the family there, $9.50 out to $14 after opening $15. Sunbird Country is at $23, out from $14, and then California Comets at $81. So we'll just touch on this Demo Dermy, the 3-year-old gelding by Yes on Debut. He seemed to be holding everything together pretty well in the yard, but certainly looks still a bit of a raw type who will have progression. Yeah, I think that's right. Off his latest trial there at Hawkesbury, he was beaten a length. He had to be ridden along, and he did respond nicely. He just looks like a big striding horse that'll just continue to improve with racing. I could perhaps see him getting out over a little bit further. He's done plenty
of work at home. He doesn't have a lot of excess condition. Of course, he's been clipped as well, but he looked very fit and forward, and he's been doing everything right at the trials, so I expect him to run some type of race here with some improvement to come, perhaps when he gets out further. Doesn't look too dissimilar to Not either, who I think is in the third dam when we looked back through. Hopefully we've got that right to our pedigree experts as they just start to load away. Well, there he is, just about to load in at the moment. So related to Tie the Knot, of course, we all know Tie the Knot. Hillier now $1.80, so just easing a touch. Seller Master is at $4. That's the late support. The money horse $4.80 into 4. 6 about Harry's Evidence, no real change there. Vinsanto is $8.50 and then $14 or more for the rest of them. We're just over time and they're loading well. So let's join Ben Hall here for race 2.
Went to $1.80 after touching 165. We're set for race 2, 1,200 metres. Favourite drawn the rails. We're set for a break. Signal. And they're racing. Now, Hillier began awkwardly off the inside. Vinsanto won the start. And going forward is Harry's Evidence from Mount Diva. So approaching that first turn at the 1,000 metres, Harry's Evidence goes across and leads Vinsanto. Hillier tucks away third now. Then came California Comets back in fourth on the outside. Then came next over on the inside the best back runner, Celebaster. Then came Demo Dermy and Sunburnt Country's out a little bit deeper. So Harry's Evidence found the lead by a length and a half. Vinsanto, Hillier, then California Comets in fourth on the outside. Just shaken up there. 3 lengths away, Demo Dermy, then Celebaster on the rail and Sunburnt Country 2 off last. Up to the turn at the 450, it's Harry's Evidence in front at the point of the bend. Led by 2 lengths to Vinsanto, chasing Hillier, called upon the odds-on favourite. And Celebaster's trying to get to middle of the track, but it's Harry's Evidence at the 300. Led a length and a half, Vinsanto, who's knuckling down on the outside. Then Hillier is not there. Then came Celebaster trying to wind up, but it's still on the inside in front, Harry's Evidence. Coming home hard on the outside now. Hillier's starting to grind away. It's Harry's Evidence just in front. Hillier's going to dive late. Oh, he might have got up the fame. Hillier might have just got up. It took a while to get there, but he might have just got there from Harry's Evidence. Celebaster ran on. Then came Sunburnt Country came from the rear. Then next was Vinsanto, Demo Dermy, California Comets.
Oh, that was a tricky watch in the concluding stages. It looks as though perhaps the favourite, our $1.75 favourite, Hillier, has done just enough to run down Harry's Evidence, who had the race almost at his mercy until Hillier's just lunged late. He was still a little bit wayward. He's still doing things wrong. He's raw, he's green, but it looks as though he's lifted at the right time. And then we've got Harry's Evidence, who's, I think he's probably run second there. Vinsanto in for third, and then Celebaster in for fourth. Hillier gets it.
Yeah,
Your best bet, Mel.
You were never confident. He's a horse.
So what happened is that 10, which had the advantage, it did not do anything. I just took a chance on this one. Had 2 races, but the 9 definitely got through. The 4, 21 by 22 got through, and then the 5, 24 by 25. Six. Here, this was a 27 by 26. A very good management on this, but it just did not do anything today. The 9 and the 4, which jumped up. 6. Anyway, we'll go to the next. Three and 4 has been scratched. Six, 8, 1, 5. This is what we have for the third one. Firstly, if we look at what happened here at 2, so we've incorporated a heat map, which is basically going to give us the we know the advantage. We definitely know the advantage, but this is a regressive model that'll give us an idea of what exactly is the exposure on that horse. So here we got all the top 9, 4, 5. So 9 went through because of the highest spell and the highest advantage. The 4 was a neutral which came in, and then the 5 was 0 here, and it came in. Then came the 6, which unfortunately we have no numbers for that, but it's one of the highest advantage we know. Here is the same thing. The 6 is the highest, and it's a neutral. Is nothing looking back. The other thing is we have these 2 horses, the 7 and the 2. The 2 looks like it has 5 races. It did not do anything for last 5 races, so I don't know what that will do. So they have all the other horses which are here with a lot of advantage. So but this one stays at 35. It's very difficult to beat this one. It stays at 31, 35. With that, it's a neutral. It's the first one out from the rails, so it's very difficult to beat that one. These are all there. So the 7 has a drop from 14 to 11, so probably that will not happen. The 12 is 11 to 11. That is also will be a difficult one. Here, this is an 11 to 11. This is an 11 to 8. This is a 10 to 10. So that all that is there. This See, but six looks neat. 6 looks neat.
$240, 650 there for the get up, and then double figures for the rest. Let's take a look at them in the yard here. We'll start with the favourite, that is Manwari. Comes up from Goulburn for Danny Williams. Nick Hayward aboard, had the one run back this preparation, finished fifth at Maria over 1,010 metres, only beat 3.4 lengths. Steps out to the 1,200 metres here today, second up. Has placed on soft tracks in the past and gets the services of Nick Hayward here today. The two is the second favourite, that's Spring Prospect for Davy J. Smith, filly by Headwater. Has had the three runs back this preparation, beating the placings all three times, including once here over 1,000 metres, 2 starts back, stepped up to the 1,100 last time out. Just gunned down late there by Hefty Price, who then went to a Class 1, sat 3 wide and finished second. So the form around her is pretty good. She was second behind Amaruso first up as well this preparation, so should be in this for a long way. The 3 is Twin Gift for Brad Draper down at Orange. Kenny Dunbar aboard. Gelding by Kiss and Makeup's only had the one start, was beaten 5 lengths at Cowra there as a $151 chance. That was on a heavy 8 surface. Run wasn't all that bad. He'll be better for it. The 4, Miss Rosa, filly by Smart Missile. She debuted at Narromine behind My Boy Scout, beaten 5 lengths. But trialled up behind Romantic Love prior to that debut run. She'll be better for it. And Smart Missiles on wet tracks, they tend to like the conditions, so it wouldn't surprise me to see her really bounce out of that debut performance and run well here. The 5, Centimetre Grey, Kylie Kennedy prepares. Had the 2 starts, been well beaten on each occasion. Inside draw a plus here today, but needs to lift off what we've seen today. The 6 is Arian for Melissa Harrison. Been in the placings 3 times from his 13 starts. He was second behind Graceful Ellen. 2 starts back there over the 1,200 at Bathurst. Then went to Cowra, was only beaten 2 lengths behind Raslock. Gets a good draw here today with Georgie McDonald in the saddle. 7's out. The 8 is the Get Up. Brett Thompson has this man who's been in the placings 9 times from a 15 starts. I'm surprised that it's taken her this long to get a win on the board. She does have a good amount of ability. She just keeps finding ways to get beaten. Has an outside gate today. She's a get-back type anyway. I expect her to run well. And the 9, Gusto, the second of the Melissa Harrison runners, beaten 8 lengths behind Raslock last time out. Has to turn around 6 lengths on the stablemate from that run when the appeal takes the ride here today. So that is a look at these runners as they've made their way out onto the track for race number 2 here at Warren over the 1200 metres, where Manwari is now your favourite. Holds the call ahead of Spring Prospect, which is trained by Dave Smith. He's been kind enough to come over and have a chat to us. And Dave, she's had the 4 start. She's been in the placings 3 times. I know it's hard to say, about a horse that hasn't had that many starts that she deserves to have won one, but she's put in some really good runs.
Yeah, that's right. Look, being beat favourite the last 2, being beat second favourite the first 2 starts, but that's probably my only query today. She has had a chance to put them away, but, she's getting awfully close, but she's just not going on with the job yet. But she bounced out of that run there at Super there from Dubbo, and I think she believes she won the race. So she's absolutely full of herself, full of confidence. Though he takes the claim off from a good draw, so getting beat half a length point, going down the nostril last. The form rate's good, and there's just winners all around her. So it's not like she's coming out of extremely weak mates.
She debuted over 1200 last preparation behind Torn. That was on a good surface. Now gets back up to the 1200 for the first time this preparation. Obviously, we're on a rain-affected surface. How do you think she'll handle that?
Absolutely love it. Wetter the better for her, so I'm hoping we can get another downpour in too, just before they jump. But no, she'll actually thrive through these conditions, which I'm really glad about. Up to the 1200 first time this prep, I don't see no real concern. She's probably just a bit hot-headed earlier on in her career, even though you said she's only had 4 starts, but she's starting to sort of be a more furnished racehorse now. But whether maturity, or being physically a bit more developed is sort of stopping her from going on with the job at the moment, not too sure.
Race number 4, you've got a boy named Sue. The run here 2 starts back was really good behind Dion, and last time out at Canberra was beaten 4 lengths behind Hollywood Gold. That horse came out and ran well at Scone on Friday.
Yeah, exactly. And look, he just got too far back last start, but made up a stack of ground late on the Canberra track. So, he's if Nesta can get him in a good spot from the draw, another horse will love the conditions, and he should be running on strongly like we've seen his past 2. I can see him featuring.
Race number 5. My old friend Champa's girl goes around here. She's another one that you just love to see more rainfall.
Yeah, that's right. And, while your heart was broken, mine was singing with joy, So she's, another couple of hours of this rain, the track deteriorating further, it brings her right into the mix. She just gets a little bit of a different setup today. Quite a lot of speed in that race, and she's drawn wide, so she'll probably get back and charge home, but she's a very adaptable mare, and, some of her best runs have been coming from behind off a hot tempo, so, bring on the rain.
3 pretty handy chances remaining on the program today. Which one are you most confident about?
Spring.
Hope you're right. Good luck.
Me too. Cheers.
There he is, Dave Smith, the trainer of Spring Prospect here in race number 2. I've got her on top. I've gone, what have I gone? 2, 6, 1 and 8. She has been there and thereabouts in every start she's had, even the run at Mudgee back in December. Torn won that race by a good space. She was beaten 5 lengths there, but she wasn't all that far off the place getter. She was tipped straight out after that. She had trolled well on a couple of occasions leading into this prep. She ran into Amaruso, who was chasing the $100,000 bonus there at Parks. He was absolutely tuned up for that particular event. Then came here, beaten half length behind Houdini Spirit last time, and right on the line by Hefty Price. So all the form around is pretty good. She gets a soft draw today. She should be up on speed. I think she runs very well. Put 6 in for second area. Form around him's not too bad either. Gunned down narrowly behind Grace Boyle, and Bathurst 2 starts back over the 1200, then stayed at the 1200 last time at Cowra on the heavy track. Didn't have the best of luck in that race. It was won by Raslock. Gets a good draw here today, a much kinder draw. $12 on an each-way basis, or $14 now on an each-way basis. Certainly worth a ticket. The favourite, and Murray, got to respect the move for it. The first up run was Okay there at Maria. Should appreciate getting out to the 1200 metres here today with Nick Hayward aboard, and I've put the 8 in for fourth, which is the get up. Second behind Fate Demirs here. 4 starts back. Looks pretty good form. Last time out, being less than a length behind Cobalt. That was on a heavy 8, so the rain affected surface, no real issue for her being by Casino Prince. I've got her in the mix there as well. 2, 6, 1 and 8. The other one at the price is the 4, I think. Ms. Rose at $19. She's by Smart Missile. She's had the one run under her belt there at Narromine behind My Boy Scout in a pretty decent form race. I think she'll be open to a bit of improvement off that with Matthew Carl aboard. 2, 6, 1 and 8, 9 numbers here, just with a watch on the 4 to improve off that debut. Right. They're just about set over there at the 1200 metre starting point. Hopefully we've got him this time. Cole Hodges, I don't want to go through what I went through in race 1, so here he is for the call of race 2.
I can certainly assure you it's here or there about 2 hours before the first, but although I called the race on course, it didn't go. It didn't leave the course, so there you go. Ben Walker, they're doing the County Yard Mail, etc. here today, and late mail. He was able to call the screen, so well done, Ben. Now the get up about to come in, and about to come forward now will be Twin Gift. We're getting close to a start. For race 2 in the card. Favourite one on the first. Major Light. About to go here. All set. Red light. No blue light though, however, so they're not really all set until the blue light comes on. They're off and racing. The get up out wide began fairly well. Spring Prospect was driving through. Man Worry will race right up near the lead, followed by Erion Sydney Gray. Twin Gibbs on the outside.
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
The tail. So it's pretty keen out in front where the get up went leading over Man Worry. Spring Prospect third, a length and a half back to Erion. As they come along with about 700 to go, Twin Gift was next. Miss Rosa, Send Me Gray in that pack of 3. And you know Gusto is last. The get up leads Man Worry at the 600. Prospect third, followed by Erion, then Miss Rosa, Twin Gift the outside, Semi Grey on the rails, and you know Gusto will be last to turn around the corner where the get up at the 400 leads, but quickly tackled now by Man Worry the outside. Spring Prospect is over on the rail, starting to run home fairly well. Man Worry out wide had reached the lead. Spring Prospect might be the danger, although the get up boxing on well in the centre there. Spring Prospect is through. On the inside of the get-up, Man Worry the outside, Spring Prospect in front. The get-up's racing another effort here, but Spring Prospect is going to win it. And Spring Prospect beat the get-up, Man Worry third. You know, Gusto came home well for fourth. Then Semi Gray, Miss Rosa, Erion, and Twin Gift.
Spring Prospect breaks through at start number 5. A good win, good ride by Zoe Hunt. She didn't want to leave the fence. That's been the place to be.
Tuna, bro, can you help me? I need a little help to understand where can I find the details about the races that are included in the quaddies, the quadrillas, the multi-legged ones. Where is it available on racing.com? Is it available on any other platform that you know which works? I get a different kind of a report on this, but I need a website that actually has that detail on it, like the races which are included in the quadrillas. Sky Racing. Okay, okay.
She finished a distant second in her latest at Canterbury, where she was beaten 5.5 lengths behind a horse called Bev's 9, who's won well at Wyong since then. Perhaps she's a horse that doesn't handle a lot of work. She's not overly big. She holds no excess condition, but she's fit and forward here, and she's handling the occasion well.
Graham Brown with the 2 gun control. Olivia Dalton rides.
Nasal Strip is going back on today. She's been on career start. She finished midfield on the synthetic track first up, where she was beaten 7.5 lengths. She finds a stronger race here today. The claim will definitely help her. And just looking at her physically, she looks like a horse that perhaps takes a few runs to come to hand, so she may improve off her first up run.
3 and 4 both out. The 5 Storm Zeno, Gary Portelli and Karaya Keating.
Cicely's well placed with the claim. She comes in with 55 kilos with an inside barrier. Karaya was a boarder in her trial at Kembla, where she finished 4th, beaten half a length. The winner won by a margin. And then it was a real blanket finish for the minor place getters there. She gets the advantage of that inside gate. I've got her as a place chance here.
A well-supported favourite is the 6, The Stars, for Chris Waller with Rory Hutchings riding.
She's had the 4 career starts. She's been placed on 2 occasions, and both of those have been at Metropolitan grade. She's first up today off 2 trials. She's been placed in both of those. She just travelled a little keenly in that latest trial at Randwick, where she was beaten 3/4 on the length. She looks a real bold front running type, so I do feel she needs to get the first part of the race right, but she's right up to the mark, nice and relaxed, and she looks in tip-top order.
James Cummings with the 7 Organics, Ash Morgan aboard.
I thought she was sound first up at Sale in the heavy conditions, beaten 7 lengths. She draws to get Matt Favours here today, and although she hasn't shown a lot in her only 3 career starts, she could be an improver getting onto the firm track with an inside barrier today.
The 8 Samarel sits on the second line of betting for John O'Shea and Tom Charlton. Andy Atkins aboard.
This filly was definitely the danger to our short price favourite, having her first day at the races. She's had 2 trials. She's improved sharply from trial 1 to 2, beaten half a length in that latest trial. Well, she quickened nicely into second position at Canterbury. Thought 1,200 metres looks the starting point, and she might want a little bit further, but just her nature in the yard, she's actually quite keen to get on with things, so I think she can sprint well fresh here from a soft barrier.
Finally, Toulouse, who's been spec'd at the odds, is the 9 for Brad Winnip, Alicia Collett in the saddle.
She's an interesting runner. She debuted in the Piero, where she was beaten quite a long way. First up today off 2 trials. I thought her latest trial was fair. She just looked a little top 1 pace for mine, so interested to see how she goes, but the team obviously had an opinion of her last preparation, throwing her in the deep end.
Let's look at all our runners in the yard here ahead of the 3rd event at Newcastle. Just over 5 minutes to jump time. The Star's now our $1.50 favourite. She's been well supported late here at $1.85 into $1.50 for this filly by Zeus Star. But to get the thoughts of Samarel here now, Mel is joined by Will Kitchman.
Well, this filly, she's having her first day at the races, and she looked to improve from trial 1 to 2 this campaign.
Yeah, she has. She's actually quite an intelligent filly. She was probably a little bit behind that first trial, learnt a lot from it, has come on, and then even at home, you can tell at each gallop she's improving and improving.
She's obviously given a squeeze in that latest trial, but looked to respond nicely.
Yeah, she picked up really nicely then, and same again, she's each day, even on the slow days at home, she's learning a lot more, and she's calming down, and she's sort of, it's like the pennies drop.
Yeah, I noticed she was wearing the pre-race earmuffs and the double handlers on her, so she's just a bit finicky at home, is she?
She's a little bit difficult at home, but she's on it.
So the tricky part of this race is that 6 is the favorite. All right, it's a 35 by 35 and it's carrying about nothing, neutral. All right, but what is the problem? The problem is that it definitely is going neutral, right? But there are horses that has advantage. Now this one is where we get the exposure and the heat map. This one has a horse pressure of 17. If we go through that, then it is lesser, it is higher than what we have seen working at a 64, a benchmark 64 that 3 actually won, and it beat the 1 which was at 15, which was a 34-38. All right, so this was a 38, and it got beaten by somebody who was carrying a lower pressure, and it came in second. The 1 came in second. 3 and 1 was a queen. So both of them were 38-38. This was a 36-38. This was a 34-38. Here, this is a 35-35 is a constant, but the pressure is, though it is neutral, but still, that's the only tricky part. Other than that, it looks good. Should work. The 7 and the 2, they have the 2 highest advantages. 2 of the highest advantage, but the 2 has 5 races, it did nothing. The 7 also has 3 races, did nothing. So there is absolutely nobody else apart from the 6. The 6,
The 8 Samarel.
it's not a very comforting situation, that's what I mean.
Beside the pony, she's just a little bit on edge,
But it's
she
okay.
seems to be
We'll go
holding
with the
it together
6.
nicely at this point in time. She's drawn to get her the right running transit. Top weight easiest choice. I actually expected this filly to be a little more on the light side. Her trials have been really spaced, so she looks to have come
There's
through those
nobody
trials
else.
nicely. And the 5 Storm Zeno. I was impressed with the way this filly was turned out. Also inside barrier with a claim. Can see her run really nicely. 6-8-1-5. It's been well supported, the stars, as we take a final look at the market here. I was also just taking a look at easiest choice. This filly by Trapeze Artist out of Naturali on debut, who's a full to Naturali, who we've seen racing in town in the past. Yeah, so the stars is at $1.50, was as short as $1.45 a couple of moments ago, just back out to that $1.50 point up to opening $1.85. Summerell is at $3.90, has stayed relatively solid there. As I say, that just gets out to $4.40 and $1.45 about our favourite now. Easiest choice has been 5 out to 7 on debut. Organics 11 to 21, 23 about to Lou, who was as short as $18 this morning. 26 Storm Zeno, and then 71 down the bottom there for Gun Control as they load away here. We're not too far off a start. Our $1.45 favourite here, the stars for Rory Hutchings and Chris Muller as we get up to Ben Hall.
The 1 is a 10 by 10 tuner. I don't know what it'll do, but out of all this,
Sydney Stables.
it's very difficult to
Tulu coming forward.
assume what will happen. The 6 is good, but
Take a lower.
we'll see. It's a maiden race tuner.
Controls about
It's
to
a
move
maiden
forward.
one.
5 starts.
So the best thing is
Sitting by for easiest choice to come in. Prepared by David Pfeiffer.
the 1.
By Trapeze Artist. Just about set to run. Starter on the ladder. He has the button and the red light is on. Storm Zeno, the inside runner. Favourite drawn right beside it. Gate 2. Signal. And they're off and racing now. Storm Zeno left well off the inside. The Stars began nicely with Organics and Tulu out wider. Easiest choice on the way forward from very deep on the track. Then came Samarella. And settling down last was Gun Controller. And negotiate the first turn. 900 metres left to go. Storm Zeno led narrowly. In second, easiest choice. The Stars gets the camp in third. Then Organics over on the rail fourth. Tulu out 3 deep. They were followed by Samarel, and Gun Control is last down to the 600. So the leader, Storm Zeno from easiest choice. 2 away, the Stars third. Organics retaining the rail in fourth. They were followed by Tulu, who's been wider. They were followed by Samarel and Gun Control 2.5 off at the rear. 4.25 left to go, and Storm Zeno leads into the straight from easiest choice. 2 off the Stars, who looks to be cruising there, the favourite. It's about to be called on. Organics goes back to the inside, then Tulu and Samarel's trying to thread the needle. 200 metres left to go. The Stars sprinted clear. Little length to Samarel, who's chasing it down on the inside. 2 lengths away, Tulu, the easiest choice. Samarel's out after the Stars in a great battle here. Samarel on the inside, getting the upper hand, and Samarel.
8-6.
The odds on favourite, the Stars. 6 away, third, maybe Organics in front of easiest choice. Then Storm, Zeno, Tulu, and Gun Control last.
As Mel said, she was just vulnerable late there, and Andy Adkins has been able to weave through on the filly by Satherbiel Samarel, who just eased out to that 480 quote. She nailed the short price favourite there at $1.45. The Stars. It looks as though perhaps, I'd say easiest choice maybe, has come on for third, and then we had Tulu, I think, there as well. Was it Tulu, or did we have, who else was there?
Maybe the 7,
Maybe the 7, I think, back towards the inside. But Samarel aided by a great ride from Andy Atkins.
Yeah, beautiful ride. She's got off on her winning way at start number 1, Samarel. She had a beautiful run in transit, just held up for a couple of strides, but Andy was just patient, waited for the gap to appear, and she sprinted sharply.
So what happened? That 8 got in. Now, how did that 8 get in there? Is because it's one of the worst, basically. Because of the management, there's nothing else to it. We can't make out what's going on because they have not raced. We're getting one side of it. We don't know. This is like the 5. This guy definitely had the advantage. This guy definitely had the advantage, but it's a fall. And here it is also a fall, but it worked today because of the management. They must have worked on that horse. So what I tried to say is exactly what happened here. At a benchmark 64, that 15% did not work on that one. It was a benchmark 64. And here it was a maiden race where it was on 17. So that is the worry that I had. That is the worry. No complaints, one short. Yes, it did. One short. 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, and 12. All scratched. 14, 3, 5, and 10.
I think recently in Townsville on the 2 Whiskey River. Just disappointed last start, but go back to a good win at Townsville to start prior up on speed. 1, 5, 6, and 2 are my numbers. Now, I've been lucky enough to jag a living legend. One, Robert Thompson. He's returned to the scene of many crimes here at Cairns. What are you doing up here, RT?
Come to check on you, Chargy, that's all. But no, actually, we come up to go to 8 park races, and unfortunately they were washed out. And it was always coming here to the tablelands to catch up with a lot of friends and whatever. And I see where the races were on here today in Cairns, so I thought, well, better pop in and say hello.
Annoy me for the day.
Yeah, that's it. Try and help me tip a winner.
Well, it's hard. Can you help me here? What do you like? Don't tell me you're not going to jinx mine.
Well, you said my yard tip was the number one. You said, oh, I'll tip that. So that's put the knocker on that. But no, that's my yard tip, Michael. God give it strength.
Yeah, plenty of strength. Good to see you. How's retirement? No comebacks?
No comebacks. No, it's been 4 years now, mate. So no, really let down well. And as I always said, Grayson knows me enough. I've met stacks of lovely people, and especially up this way. So yeah, everything's good, mate.
We were counting down the winners. I remember it as clear as day. I think we got to 16,455 or something like that. What did you finish on?
4,447, Michael.
Unbelievable. You are a legend. Great to see you.
It's only just a number, mate. You've tipped that many winners, haven't you?
I'll drop that by about, divide by 100. Anyway, thanks, RT. Get this one home for us, will you? Gold Classic.
Good on you, mate. Lovely to see you.
There is living legend, RT, one of the best around. Rode many Cairns Cup and Cairns Amateur Cup winners. Rode the mighty Harrovian here. Yeah, great to see him. No doubt he's doing a bit of fishing up here with Ronnie Ryan and a little bit of storytelling too, I'm sure. But 250 Gold Classic, all the rage here. Over the 5, Noosh Bush at 350. Here's John Bluey Forsyth for the second at Cairns.
So they've got Rat Vader in now. And it's a striking type. It's got 4 long white socks, a beautiful white blaze down the front nose. Beautiful type. And Music Girl goes in and we're all set to go. So lights on and they're away and racing. Nushpahush and Gold Classic, the 2 favourites away quickly. We've got this out wider. And then just tucked in behind them is Whiskey River and a little bit wide Music Girl and then Mr. Tia. Joanna Step is back behind them, and then Tarong in the middle, and Rat Vader is last of all, but they're tight and compact, and they're a bunch feel at the 600, and they'll only be a couple of lengths from first to last. Whiskey River put its nose in front of Gold Classic as they come to the home corner. Nushpahush being ridden up on the inside of them, gets a lovely run through, and they were followed just off them, starting to run on. Then came Mr. Tia. And Tarong getting a split between them. Whiskey River, Nushpahush, Gold Classic, down the outside, Mr. Tia. Tarong started to come through. Oh, they're right across the track here. Nushpahush is fighting on the inside. It's got a little kick. Mr. Tia down the outside. Nushpahush, Mr. Tia out wide. Grabbed them. Mr. Tia, I think a blowout, has beaten Nushpahush, and Tarong flashed through in the middle. Got third just ahead of Gold Classic, and they were followed by Rapid Vader. Now there's a run from last. Back behind them, Joanna Step, Music Girl, Whiskey River, and got this. Well, what a finish here for this race. I think the outside, the 10th, Mr. Tia.
Well, there you go. I'm going to blame RT for that. Where did that come from? Mr. Tia, placed here behind Nushbush on debut, showed not much at Townsville last up, but has launched out wide. That was shades of Robert Thompson at a Cairns Amateur Cup. That Mr. Tia swooping out wide to beat the 5 Nush.
This is the fourth one here. If you look through the odds, we have 14, 3, 5, and 10. So 14 is here. There's a fall on this, 27 by 24. It's got advantage. That's there. It's got one race, it did not do anything in the last one, so that's more or less. But what is questionable here is why that 6 is not there within the odds. The 6 came in second 3 weeks ago at Kimla Grange. And it is the one which is through the rails, and that's a 31 by 32. That's the highest. That is the highest. And there's no exposure on this. That 6 is a check. Why that 6 is not there within the odds is a very big question. And why it is at $26, I don't understand that. The 13 is the next one in line, which is here. It's a 32 by 30, which is that. It has 2 races. The 14 is the favorite. I don't know why it is the favorite. I seriously have no clue. Because if this is because of a jockey, I don't see that actually. This jockey, the best jockey is on 10. That we know. But that has 4 races, it did not do anything. That 6 is a very big question on the face. Why this 6 is not there within the top 4 of the odds? I don't know what is going on. I don't know what is going on. The linear is here. The 11 is the linear, which is probably out of its luck today. It fell 24-23. The 14 is better than that. But then it's not like this, that these horses have never run, we don't know what's going on. Here, the horses have races and they either have worked out or they did not work out. So if this one is at 27, 29, I understand, okay, fair enough. 13, 2 races did not do anything. But this one has 3 races, has no pressure on it. And this is where it stands. Okay, this is where it stands. We'll see what works.
Got Jordan on today, gets her in with 54 kilos. She gets a good draw. It sets up pretty nice.
Yeah, last start she went good last start. Last start she got caught off the track through the wide gate and a bit of a tight track there at Cowra, but yeah, the track was suited better today. She's got a better draw. Hopefully she just needs a bit of clear air. You know, if she gets that, she should be going.
I obviously, with the previous trainer, she's had one go on a heavy. We're not in a heavy, but I suppose the good thing is, given that the track is rain affected and that this rain continues, that you know she gets through it a bit.
Yeah, no, I don't think the ground will worry her. She'll run on anything. No. I'm not too worried about that.
What about the other filly, my kind of girl? You haven't had her for all that long either. Still learning a bit about it.
Yeah, no, she turned up at the same time. I think she probably suited over 12 or 1400. This is just another run for a bit of education, and we'll step her up to probably 12, 13 next time.
Race number 5 on the card. You've got the old dueling pair here, Dion and Rothgate. They seem to go around in the same race all the time, and they're very similar horses.
Yeah, very similar. They're both going good. They've race this preparation. Hard to pick out of them, but they did meet a couple of starts back, and Dion got the better of him. So look, I think he's the more classier horse out of the two. But as I said, they're both going well.
And in race 6, you've got Romantic Love going around. Has the big weight to overcome, but I thought the first up run, given it was in a benchmark 66, was pretty good first up in a pretty hot field.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty badly weighted horse, but I thought his run was good first up at Dubbo, and a pretty strong 66, I thought. Back 3 lengths, but back to a class 1 today. If he can carry the weight, he'll be up on the speed today, and he's won on the track, so yeah, his chance today too.
A few key runners remaining. Which one are you most keen on?
I'd say Dion. Dion's the best.
Best of luck with them all.
Thank you very much.
There he is, Brett Robb, and notice he's got a couple nominated for the Highway Town on Saturday as well. Wasted Days, and also Nimble Star in amongst the nominations there for that Class 2 Highway at Rose Hill. So interesting to see what he does with them. $1.85 now for this favourite, Miss Caris. I've got her on top. I've gone 5, 1, 4 and 6. She's only had the 2 starts since coming out from Newcastle. She was good behind Brummagem over the 800 metres there at Narromine on the 23rd of June. And then, as Snow mentioned, was just caught wide there at Cowra last time over the 950. They really don't take a breath at Cowra over those short courses. Her effort to finish third, beaten less than 2 lengths, was pretty good. She gets in light here after the claim for Jordan Quinns. Draws well. You should be able to lob in a nice spot. I thought she'd be pretty hard to beat. Even the run before she joined Brett Robb at Newcastle in April wasn't beaten all that far behind Harlex, and the form around that horse is pretty good at provincial levels. So I think she brings the best exposed form in the distance. She has had 11 starts yet to break through, but has been going around some decent races. The 1 year a strong form race over the 1100 last time out. Has to drop back in trip, but gets a bit of barrier 1 here today. Ken Dunbar's had a ride aboard him now, so I think he can improve. I'll put the 4 in for third, which is Duran. Long time off the scene. Over 2 years since her last race start. Has had a couple of trials. One of them was in early 2024, and then the most recent of them only a couple of weeks ago there at Narromine behind Jet Empress. Paraded okay. Look, if she doesn't win today, I don't think we're too far away from her, because the form in the first preparation was pretty good. And I'll put the 6 in for fourth, which is Miss Repeat. Just has to overcome a tricky barrier, but it does look to have a bit of ability to improve off the debut run. So 5, 1, 4 and 6 for me. If you're just joining us, the first event was taken out by Major Lightning, made the trip over from Scone, worthwhile for Jeremy Gask. His first time bringing a horse to Warren, and he ventured home a winner, ridden by Sienna Grimer. And the second race, Spring Prospect, got the maiden out of the way at start number 5 for Dave Smith, given a brilliant rails hugging ride there by Zoe Hunt. So the favourite wins the first. Spring Prospect jumps second favourite in the second. So Hunt's off to a good start here, and they're hoping that can continue with Miss Caris, which is now $1.75. As you can see from the shots there, the weather here really isn't improving. Just that constant drizzle. It's been like it basically overnight and all morning and into the afternoon. So it's not getting any warmer either. So don't think we'll be anticipating an upgrade. I haven't heard of a downgrade in the track from the stewards. Whether there's been one and it hasn't been communicated, I'll just check. But certainly, no, we are on a soft 6, so we've gone from a 5 down to a 6, and the jockeys after the first certainly said that, it was a 5 at the time. It was on the worst side of that, so the stewards have acted downgraded it to a soft 6. 5, 1, 4 and 6. My numbers looks like there's only a couple left to load. If you're looking to differentiate the Brett Rob duo in this race, Miss Carris will carry the standard stable colours with the blue and yellow corded cap. Kane Stewart will carry a green cap on the 7 My Kind of Girl. They're jumping from right alongside each other in the barriers. So My Kind of Girl will carry the Brett Rob colours with the green cap, and Miss Carris will carry the full set of Brett Rob colours. 5, 1, 4 and 6 for me. I'll throw up to Cole for his call of race number 3.
Certainly, no world beater by any means, but very, very popular horse around this area. But he's going to go in retirement. He's going to possibly be trained for the Equal Williams for the retired racehorse. It's a hell that's in our rest of New South Wales. Show jumping and bending and showing. But anyway, so Rock All Night is still out, and Time Attack away from its gate. Miss Repeat drawn out wide. Flint Serena, the owner of Miss Repeat, he's had quite a few good horses with Flint Lundholm, the Dabo trainer over the years, and they've been some good ones too. One went to Hong Kong, if I remember correctly. Now Time Attack is about to come up. Me Immortal is over on the inside. It's about to come forward. Now, very close to a start here. Just got the last one maybe in now. Silent Drama drawn in fairly close. The Immortal. This was Speed. Spirit of Saintly, Polly Kenny, the trainer. Now the start looks like it might be coming around the front now. Yes, activates the red light. They're about to go here. Race 3, 1,000 metre dash. All set here. Light rain falling most of the morning. They steady down. No action as yet. Racing now. Miss Repeat began very quickly today, and Miss Carris was away nicely, and Me Immortal is quickly up in the second. Silent Drama showing plenty of early dash. Followed then by My Kind of Girl, Spirit of Saintly getting a fair way back now. Time Attack, Rock All Night, and My Kind of Girl has drifted right back towards
The 5 definitely has advantage, but
600 they go, and Me Immortal got through on the inside to lead Miss Repeat. Then came Silent Drama. Miss Carris is on the fence out wide. Turin. A break back then to.
But it is again the same thing, you know.
Just in front of it, and then comes
I'll show you what's going on.
Attack, the Immortal tackled by Miss Repeat. Miss Carris is coming at them quickly now on the outside. A break back to Spirit of Saintly and Turin. Miss Carris had gone up and taken the lead over Me Immortal, who's trying to fight back. Miss Carris, Me Immortal is kicking back on the inside, but Miss Carris is drawing away now. And Miss Carris beat Me Immortal. Spirit of Saintly.
so this is what the thing is. So here, I had a feeling about this 6 because the 6, though it is running neutral, but there is a, let's call it, a parallel pressure which is there, right? There's a parallel pressure. Now, though it was running neutral, but there is this. I'll find a better term for this. This is something I've worked on during the weekend, and the things have changed a little bit. We've got the heat map, and the maths have changed here. So I still have to rename this, but let's call it a parallel pressure at this point of time. So what my worry was that in a benchmark 64, that pressure did not work, the parallel. Here, it was a maiden 1200 meter, and though it is good, I mean, it's 35, but here, even this one was also good. It was a 34 to 38. Here, it did not work. The 3 actually went through with 38 and 6. This thing struggled. All right. So if we look at this one here, you're talking about 11. 11 is on a 11 is like that. So I don't know if this thing is going to be able to carry that pressure and deliver, especially because of that fall 24 to 23. I don't know if that's going to happen. Plus, it doesn't have the physics. The 5 that you're talking about is again like that. Okay, it's a 26 to 27, and it is carrying this one. This was a 35 to 35. It failed. So do you, I mean, what I'm trying to explain is that they don't have the quality of horses that can actually do this. At least last 2-3 races, it did not come out like that. Wherein this is a 24 by 25, 3 probably is in a better place. But what my question is, it's a 24 by 25 at 4, okay? That's fair enough. But we have a 32, which is not even there within the odds. These two I understand. Okay, fair enough. They tried, they did not get anything. This one has, the 13 has 2 races, the 10 has 4 races, it did not do anything. Though they have advantage, but they kind of are questionable. But what's wrong with 6? Why is it not there? Bottom line is, they don't have the, they've never had the right horses during the weekdays. And on top of that, this season is like that. It is not only here, it is everywhere. We've seen at Randwick as well. And that 14 is favorite. And it is not that it is with one of the greatest jocks. The thing is this, that, on a benchmark 64 where all the horses are tried and tested, that's where a 15% did not work. Here, these are still maiden horses. How that 15 and 20% is going to work? I don't know. Might get a place, maybe. But that actually, crumbles the entire thought process that, okay, this is not going to win. But then, which one is going to win? And why is that 14 is like favorite?
Evans Cup maiden over 1400. Our favourite, we have joint favourites at this stage, so we've got Starry Desert for Braithnock and Chris Waller at $3.70, in from $5 this morning. There's been good steady support for this 3-year-old See the Moon gelding. Skirmish also at that, as I say, that $3.80 quote was at $3.70, just gets out now to $3.80 after going up as our $2.40 favourite, this 2-year-old filly. $4.60 about the Chocolat, who's been $4.80 into $4.60, was as short as $4.20. Mind Over Matter has been
The 6 is getting tailed.
$7.50 now into $4.80, $5.50 Shannoni, Zoe Frilling 17, and then 26 Western Lane. But Mel, a stack of deductions to take note of. So we had Kokoira 11 cents, 16 cents, Invisible Magic, Frankie's Boy 9 cents, just to name a couple of them. So we virtually lost half the field. With that being said, let's begin. I think they're pretty much all in now. So 1 and 2 out. The 3 is Le Chocolat for Chris Waller and Rory Hutchins.
He's had a few chances now to break his maiden status. 8 goes, in fact, he's been placed on 3 occasions. I thought he had his chance first up at Hawkesbury, where he set out a $1.80 favourite. He had a nice run in transit. He just looked to hit a little bit of a flat spot halfway down the running, and then he just battled away. So perhaps his trip's fitty here second up. He'd been placed in 2 trials prior to his first up run, and he's trying to get a nice run in transit. Wouldn't surprise me to see him run a nice race here.
We look then to the 5. The 4 is out. Starry Desert, who's our current favourite, Chris Waller and Braithnock.
He's the interesting runner. He's an import, resumes a gelding today. He's had 2 trials for Chris, and he's been trialling up really well. He finished second in his latest trial at Rose Hill, where he was beaten half a length. He was asked for an effort, but responded nicely. I thought perhaps the 1400 metres looked a nice starting point. He got out to as much as a mile and 1700 metres at the end of last campaign, but from an inside gate with the freshness in his legs and a claim, I expect him to be right in the finish here.
And Braithnock aboard, who was our favourite for the Jockey Challenge here at Newcastle. Gerald Ryan and Sterling Alexiou have the 6 Western Lane, Will Stanley rides.
He's in his first racing preparation, and he's been improving each time he steps out. He was the runner-up at Kembla last start behind Girls Weekend. Just don't know if he's coming out of the right form race. I don't know about the strength of that race at Kembla. He looks a little keen to get on with things on the side of the pony. Claim helps, but he needs a lot of luck from the barrier.
So he's got a bit of attitude there as he throws his head around. So the 7, 8 and 9 all out. The 10 Shannoni, once again, Chris Waller here in Tom Sherry.
This filly is first up. She's had 2 trials. She did improve a little from trial 1 to 2, beating around 9 lengths in her first trial and 5 lengths in that latest. I'd say 1400 metres looks a nice starting point. Here today, she gets the addition of the pre-race earmuffs for the first time. They look to be doing the job. She's nice and relaxed. I haven't got her in the mix, but she looks well.
Andy Adkins, who's already on the board here, rides Zoe Frilling 11 for Matt Smith.
She's been placed 3 from 5 this preparation. She was very disappointing at Nowra last Saturday. The prior runs at provincial grade would be good enough to hold her in good stead for a race like this, though. So she's another one in what looks to be a fairly open race. It wouldn't surprise me to see her run well.
12 is scratching, 13 Mind Over Matter for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Botch on Van Obermuir aboard.
I think he can perhaps improve today. Things didn't go right for him on debut at Golden. He then went to Gosford last start in a fairly strong race, and he was caught off the track. I expect them to ride him more positive today from an inside barrier. He's stepping up sharply in trip. I expect him to find a position in the first few, and perhaps we can see him improve now.
Finally, the 14 is Skirmish for Kieran Maher and Ash Morgan, who opened our 240 favourite. It's just been out to 420 now.
She's a filly that I haven't seen in the flesh before, but she looks fairly highly strung. She's really keen to get on with things today. Tongue tie is going on for the first time. They've got the double handlers there. She was very good on debut on the Kensington track at 1100 metres. She was back and wide, and it just took her a little while to balance up, but closed off nicely there into 4th position. I think the extra distance will certainly suit. Beautiful long run in here. She raced on a soft 5 on debut. She finds a very similar track here today, so I expect her to handle the circuit. Probably would have liked to have seen her parade a little calmer. She's just fairly...
I'm going to be out of this one. I don't know. I like the 6, but it is getting tailed.
She is the last one left. Liam Ruddy's currently on the other side of her as she just makes their way out onto the track. I think Mel's keen to have a chat with him about her and will no doubt ask about her parade and if that's how we expected her to parade. We saw her on the Randwood Kensington track in her first start, but she was fourth there, as Mel had mentioned, behind Stardeal. I think she has paid about $18. She is just getting out in the market now, so she's at $4.20 now. She at one stage was on the second line of betting. In fact, of course, she was our $2.40 favourite when markets opened. There has been good support for the favourite late here. Starry Desert at $3.40. Frank Knock and Chris Waller has been 5 into $3.40. Then we have $4.40 back to Chocolat. $5 solid there for Jean Van Overmeer's mount, and Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott there 9 over Mash at the Colt by Written By. I believe Mel might just be joined now. He's come back in by Liam from Yep, he's going to make his way over to the camera. He knows the drill. Won't be 2 seconds. We'll have a quick chat to him about this filly and just find out whether that's a usual parade from her. Obviously, she's only having
The
a
14 is getting
so she's going to continue to improve when she really works out what the game's about. But Liam, this filly, she looked to parade a little on the fresh side today.
Yeah, she's a little bit fresh. Unfortunately, she's at the back, and a few of them left the yard a bit earlier than her. But she she got the pony and she was going around fine now. So yeah, she looks. Hopefully, she can do the job.
Is that usual nature for her? Can she be a little bit like that, highly strung?
Yeah, she's got the red earmuffs on. There's no badness in her at all, but she's just a young filly, obviously working it out. So she'll get there, I'm sure, but no badness in her.
Let's talk about her run on debut on the Kensington. She was back and wide, but closed off nicely.
Yeah, she rated really well at that run. It's quite an intriguing run. She got back and obviously done a good job to get home late on them. So hopefully she can keep building upon that. A bit of a query probably on the softer going here. It's obviously rated. It's rated not too bad, but it's just a bit worn. So it could be a bit of a query there. The markets took a bit of a set against her, which isn't ideal, but hopefully we can see her doing it. She's got the ability, that's for sure.
Okay, so she steps out to 1400 today. Where do you see her settling today from barrier 6?
Small enough field. Just want to be the leaders that were originally in the race. To still be there. So be positive enough at the gates, and then just let her where she's comfortable. She's in the second front pair. That's ideal. Don't need to overcomplicate it. She's not a winner, so
good luck.
Thanks, so.
All right, the thoughts there from Liam Ruddy. Interested to see how she's been much better now that she's out on the track with the pony there. So she has settled, as Liam said. Quite a lot of the field had left, and she was just starting to get a little bit buzzier, but she's settled nicely now. She's got quite a big stride on her as she trots out there, wasn't she? She's lovely. Yeah, she's very leggy. She's probably even going to be better next preparation when she's had time to just furnish a little bit more and strengthen. And I thought he made a good point about her just getting a little buzzy when the rest of the horses left. You quite often see that with inexperienced horses or young horses. When they lose their friends, they just get lost, and that's exactly what she did. As soon as she linked up with the pony, she settled down nicely. I think she'll relish getting out to 1400. She's well on the drift now. I'm 14, 3, 5 and 13. I thought if she could just build off her debut performance, she'd be right in a race like this. She trialled up really well prior to that debut run, although she went around with an $18 chance. I think Stardeal was the short price favourite that day, and she trialled up really well. Additional the tongue tie today for the first time, and 1400 on a big track looks suitable. The 3 Starry Desert is the interesting runner, like we said. Gelded resumes today off 2 nice trials. Has looked sharp at the trials, albeit he's going to be a horse that'll get out over a little bit further the imported gelding. For this one of those, I should have Le Chocolat there in for second. I know he's had his chance on a number of occasions, but he looked fit and forward here today. He draws to get the right run in transit. Touched on our favourite, the 5 Starry Desert, and then the 13, which is Mind Over Matter. I thought he was open to improvement, stepping out in trip, third up into the campaign. I really think they'll ride him much closer to the speed today, stepping up in trip. 14, 3, 5 and 13. And there's been support for him as well, Mind Over Matter. The Colt run Written By out of Stay Positive. He's been pretty solid there at the $5.50 point after opening at $7.50, but the favourite continues to third year. Starry Desert into $3. Hasn't been seen, of course, after running overseas. That was about 300 days ago, so it's had quite a while off, but they've got him conditioned up here back at Gelding for his first run in Australia. It's the first time that we've seen him stepping out as they begin the loading process. $3 our favourite Starry Desert. $4.80, that skirmish now continues to ease here after opening $2.40 this morning. 5 out from $4.80 for Le Chocolat. It was as short as $4.40 earlier in the day. 5 about Shannoni 550 mind over matter Western Lane at that $21 quote. So not a great deal splitting them here, but as I said, there's been a good lane firm here for Starry Desert. They're almost all set. So let's join Ben Hill here for race 4.
So filling to the 7 starts, been placed 4 times, been racing well, filling by Hussein. And the last one to get ready will be Western Lane. So Western Lane fills the gates now. We're set and ready at the 1400. Red light blinks. We're ready to jump. The gates spring back and they're off and racing, and Mind Over Matter began fast with Le Chocolat, and Western Lane's also going forward, so 3 abreast in the early parter. Starry Desert now picking up speed over on the rail into 4th spot. Then came Skirmish 5th on the outsider. Shannoni is second last, settling down, and Zoe filling about 7 off the speed. His last 1,000 metres left to run. They're running along a little bit here, where Mind Over Matter led the way by 3/4 Western Lane. 2.5 away, Le Chocolat back to 3rd on the outside of Starry Desert, 4th the railer. Skirmish 5th on the outside of Shannoni, and Zoe filling still last, 750 left to go. Mind Over Matter the pilot by a short margin to Western Lane. Starry Desert every possible chance on the rail 3rd, covered by Le Chocolat. Then Skirmish and Shannoni racing together, and Zoe filling can still see them all. 500 metres left to run. Mind Over Matter as they start to sprint, led the way from Western Lane. Starry Desert angling to the outsider. Well, he was. Now he's going back to the inside knock. Then came Le Chocolat, Shannoni. Skirmish getting going down the outside with Zoe Filling. Look at them go here. They're wide across the track. Mind Over Matter, Starry Desert the inside. Le Chocolat.
There's going to be a claim on
Zoe
this.
Filling out wide. Great finish coming up. Starry Desert the inside, Zoe Filling, Skirmish in the middle, Le Chocolat not there, out wide Zoe Filling, Starry Desert's fighting on the inside, and Starry Desert might have just got up. Starry Desert in the middle from out wide Skirmish and Zoe Filling in a photo, Shannoni not too far away. Then Mind Over Matter, Le Chocolat pulled up quickly going over the line, and the last one Western Lane.
So Starry Desert, a well-supported favourite, got into about 270 in the end. Looks like he's just done enough there under the urgings of Braithnock, who had to duck back to the inside. It was a blanket finish, but it looks as though Zoe Frilling has got up for 2nd, and then Skirmish has run in for
5.
3rd. But they were all there in the concluding stages.
5, 14, 11.
Beautiful ride from Braithnock. He settled the leaders back. It's probably been advantageous to get towards the middle of the track, but he was forced to cut back towards the inside in the inferior ground. He's a beautiful gelding by See the Moon. First career win at start number 5. He's going to be all the better for the run over the trip and out over a little bit further in time. Zoe Frilling was doing her best work late. She's been so honest this preparation. Skirmish looks not to be travelling that well in the going, but she's picked up over the final stages, so perhaps there's a bit of merit in that run. And the 3 has run 4th, which is Le Chocolat, who continues to pick up a check for his connections. Yeah, certainly some upside there from Skirmish as well. Still looks to be a big green, and when the others came around her, she sort of started to find again, but she looked like she was dropping out in the straight. Yeah, she did. I actually thought she wasn't going to run a place, but then she was able to pick up over the final stages, only having a 2nd career start, so she'll continue to improve with racing. So the money was spot on there for Starry Desert. 280. Skirmish has run 2nd at $3. So Frilling running on for 3rd, and Le Chocolat 4th. 5, 14, 11, and 3. Head to Cairns for race 3.
Tuna, congratulations.
Cairns for race 3, the Corey Matchin sheet metal, benchmark 60.
So what happened is that 5 went through. That was a 26 by 27. Running neutral. This was not in a position to win because it did not have the physics. It's here. The 5 was the other one. 1 and 5 has been scratched. 3, 12, 4 and 13.
We run that value. Harrow goes up, the grey due, and will be in preparation for maybe major races coming up in the next month. And Bolt Feeling goes in to complete the line. They're all in set to go. And they're off. And it was a beautiful dispatch. 2 middle, John Joseph in the middle, and a man who wants to lead, and Harrow's trying to come across. So a man, which did this at the Ingham Cup, jumped well, went across and took the lead. And out of the straight they go, and it's a man in front. Harrow the Grey goes up to sit up on the outside running second, and then middle with John Joseph the outside sitting third and fourth. Pretty nice run to the event. Perovic beautifully placed. Fifth just behind the pacemakers, and they were followed by Bold Feeling. The Seekers down on the inside. Merry Old Soul has drifted to the rear of the field, and it is a man, as it did at the Ingham Cup, let out by a couple of lengths here from Harrow, who's getting a nice run, settles well. Medal is just reading a little bit, but settles okay now. It's running third, and John Joseph is fourth, Perovic fifth, getting a nice run as they go to the 1,000-metre mark. And then came back behind the Bold Feeling. Underneath then came the Seeker, and Merry Old Soul is still at the rear and about 10 lengths off the leader, which is a man as they come off the back and head onto the side of the course here toward the 800 metres. And it's a man about 3/4 of a minute. Harrow is creeping a lot closer now, and they're 3 or 4 lengths to medal. John Joseph. Perovic is now being asked for an effort, starting to run on into the event. Bold Felix picking them up too, and they were followed then by the Seeker. Merry Old Soul has got some work to do, but can launch from the rear. They come down the hill here with 4:40 to go. Harrow the Grey moved up to a man who's still sticking on at the moment pretty well. They were followed by medal. John Joseph is on the outside. Perovic is going to launch from the extreme outside. Bold Feeling running on. Merry Old Soul's going to get to the outside halfway down the straight. A man, Harrow's wanting to wander all over the shop. Perovic is coming down the extreme outside here, and Medal's going back underneath them. John Joseph in the middle. Perovic the favourite, got to the lead out wide. It's Perovic in front, and Perovic's coming away. Perovic to beat John Joseph. Bold Feeling tight for fourth. Medal, Very Old Soul was a good run from last, and they were followed by Harrow, and then a man and the Seeker, the last one home.
Okay, this is the 5th one. This one will, I think the odds will get in. The 3 will win. There are 2 reasons for that. One, it's the top. It's 39 by 38. There's nobody else close to this. The 13 is 33. But it's like that. 12 is the largest outer. This is running 0-0, but this is exactly the same situation as 6. This was a 31 by 32. This is a 39 by 38, and that's what it is. It is here on top. The 6, I don't know what happened, but it did not feel good about that. But probably it was getting tailed. That's one of the reasons that could affect. But here we have the same situation as what we had on 6. Okay, this was the top, 0 pressure. here it is also the same thing. It was negative 33, negative 30, 36, 38, 0. It's got one of the best jocks. That's one of the key difference. And that's, having said that, this is the first one in the quaddy, so they're going to give it to, this is the luring process. They will make sure that this thing gets in so that people continue with the quaddy and they play the next other races. So this thing is going to get in. This is why I was asking you, you know, Tuna, the races that are in the quaddy. So this is the first one in the quaddy. So from 5, 6, 7, 8, 4 of these races are there. The most volatile one is probably the next one. All of them, actually. This one looks like it'll get in.
The 2, World Rain, 5-year-old by Manhattan Reigns, won the 1 from 21. Was beaten 5 lengths last time out behind Street Swagger. That was in a benchmark 50 there at Cowra over 1,375. Gets back out to the mile today, which should suit. Third up here today from a spell, Matty Carla board. 3's out, number 4, Bruce's Boy, trained by Mick Lunn. Michaela Weir takes the ride here today aboard this gelding by Inference, who finished 4 lengths behind Westhead last time out at Narromine. Prior to that, was beaten 7 lengths behind Miss Clamorosa, but Miss Clamorosa won that race by more than 5 lengths. So his form overall is not all that bad, despite what what it reads like on paper. Gets a good draw here today. Nice each way chance around that $14 mark. The 5, Jasper's Way, well supported here. Jake Tracy Holmes aboard for Michael Mulholland. Hasn't really done much wrong in his career to date. Was good behind Westhead last time out. He's second behind Miss Clamorosa prior to that as well. So all of his form's good. He's in his first preparation, but he continues to show up and look well. 6 is out. 7, Take the Chance, manned by Shalar. Wasn't beaten all that far behind Westhead last time out. 2.5 lengths, gets Ken Dunbar aboard from a good draw. The little niggle with her is that she's had 3 goes on soft tracks, hasn't figured in the place, and so her best form has come on top of the ground. And certainly this track isn't going, it's going one way, and that's not, towards getting better. But look, she's an honest enough customer. She's bound to run well again. The 8, Trusted Kitty, I'll put her on top. I know she's won 1 from 21, but she's got good ability. Sienna Grime has already ridden the winner here today. Look at the form, close up third behind Naval Officer, who was flying at the time. That was at Parks. Came here and beat all bar Southerly Buster, and then didn't have the best of luck last time out there at Narromine behind Westhead. I thought she went around for the value in the race. The 9, Jarka, 1 for Danny Williams here, filly by Highland Reel. She's had 2 runs back this preparation. She made 1,200, straight to the 14.25, and now she gets to the mile here, third up. The last effort at Maria was pretty good. And given the breeding, you'd imagine she would appreciate a step up in trip that she gets here today as well. Gets in light as well after that, after the claim as well. Only carry the 51.5 kilos. Dale Cole, the apprentice, taking the ride. So that is a look at the runners here for race number 4. Of course, this is the first leg of today's quaddie. Good luck with your investments. If you are having a quaddie, a little bit of news for later on in the program. Race 7, number 9, Black Hill Kitty, is a late scratching just due to the downgrade of the track. Has elected to withdraw Black Hill Kitty from the last event. So I did have it in my numbers. So I've now gone 3, 4, 1, and 5. So podcast will go into the numbers there. In race 7, all right, Sienna Grimer, she's already ridden the winner today. She rode Major Lightning to victory in the first event on the program. She's got the mount here aboard Trust a Kitty for Sydney Monaghan, and I caught up with her earlier. Board, you got a winner in the first. Can you back it up here with Trust a Kitty? She's a bit like that horse in the first, a little bit quirky out of the gates, but got good ability.
Absolutely. She was a little slow to begin when I first started riding her, but now she's been jumping and sort of putting herself in pretty nicely. She gets the earmarks off throughout the race today, only pre-race, which I definitely think will benefit her at Narromine. Just didn't go to plan at all. Start before at Park, she was great. She just missed out again, so I definitely think today is her day.
She draws the outside gate today, but she is a get-back type anyway. That shouldn't be too much of a concern.
Absolutely, and I don't really think, I know the first couple winners come off the fence, but I come from wide, didn't seem to worry. If I could just keep her in a one-off, just happy travelling and start to pick her up a little early, I definitely think she'll be hard to beat.
You've had a few rides aboard her. She's only won the one from 27, but she's better than that record would suggest.
Absolutely. She, like I said, just a bit slow away. She has to do a bit of work, but now that she's been jumping and putting herself in and really starting to figure out what it's all about, she's definitely better than her form suggests.
Just back onto that first winner, it was good to see him get that win on the board. Obviously, you've got a really good association with Jeremy, and he can go on and win more races, that horse.
Absolutely. It was all about putting it together for him. He jumped well today, which I was thrilled, and Jeremy said if he wants to put himself there, leave him there, just riding like the best horse in the race. We figured out pretty early he doesn't like going through the field. He's a bit shy, so we just took him out. He likes to try and lay in. You just pull the whip through and he'll go straight.
Hope you can make it a winning double here.
Yeah, thank you.
There she is, Sienna Grimer. She's doing a great job. Apprenticed up there at Tamworth with Mello Gorman, and I think she's closing in on 85 winners. That might have been her 85th winner today, 85 or 86. Doing a really good job, and she's got the right here aboard Trust a Kitty, which is just out to $7 now. Some late support comes for Jasper's Way. It's now into $2.10. I've gone 8, 5, 7, and 9. I just thought Trust a Kitty was worth an each-way ticket. She's got good ability. She's been going around in the right races. On a day, she's got a big finish reversed on her. She's had 7 goes on soft tracks. Her only win did come on a soft track, and she's been in the placings on another 3 occasions. So she goes pretty well on these rain-affected surfaces. And look, she'll probably get back a bit from that barrier, but she does have a big finish on her. As we saw 2 starts back when she beat Allbar Southerly Buster here over this course and trip. I put the 5 in for second, Jasper's Way. He's done really nothing wrong, even when you look at his form. He finished 10th at Gunnedah one day behind Antilla Capra and copped all sorts of interference on the fence and should have finished a little bit closer. So he's a very honest customer, and that late support has come for him. I put the 7 in for third, Take the Chance. Look, the wet track probably doesn't help her chances here, but look, she hasn't been far away really at the past 3 starts, beaten 2 lengths, 2.5 lengths, 2.5 lengths. So she's always there and thereabouts. And I put the 9 in for fourth, which is Jarka, which is just having a bit of a late rally back into $2.50. Hits his third up today after runs at 1,200, 1,400, 1,600 today. Should be absolutely ideal, particularly given that she will only carry the 51.5 kilos after that claim for Dale Cole. 8, 5, 7, and 9. Last of them are might be 1 or 2 left to load here, so you don't have long if you're looking to have a quaddie here today at Warren. Good luck with your investments if you are. Let's head up to the callers box. Here's Tom.
Heavy 8 with respect to race 3. A boy named Sue about to come up, and Trust a Kitty will be the last one in the race at Coonabarabran on Saturday. It's a tab meeting out here on Saturday. Now area on Saturday, Coonabarabran. Bathurst next Monday. Righto, so the red light comes on, stand by. About set to go here, 1,600 metres on a track heavy 8. Racing now Take the Chance and Jasper's Way began well. A boy named Sue's pretty deep early. Bruce's Boy, World Rain, is going through now to be in a pretty prominent spot. Chaka starting to get back in the field. As they wheel down the back and Take the Chance leads, a boy named Sue. Jasper's Way was next, followed then by getting through now with Bruce's Boy back along the rails. Trusted Kitty's about to go forward. Bruce's Boy is now back towards the tail there with World Rain, and Chaka was last of all. So Take the Chance will lead off the back, a boy named Sue, followed then by Jasper's Way, who's travelling over on the inside there. And about to go forward then was Take the Chance with Bruce's Boy starting to work into it. In behind them was World Rain, followed then by Chaka. And Trusted Kitty was up running fourth. As they race on towards the home turn, they've still got about 600 left to go, and Take the Chance leads a boy named Sue. Jasper's Way was next, Trusted Kitty, followed then by Bruce's Boy trying to get off the fence. Chaka's working through in the centre, and World Rain was out wide. They straighten up now and Take the Chance, a boy named Sue. Further out, World Rain. Now, Jasper's Way is taking back to the rails now, and it's finishing on doggedly now, and Jasper's Way at the 200. Went to the lead. A boy named Sue is running home fairly well. Followed then by Bruce's Boy is coming after Jasper's Way. Jasper's Way has got a commanding break here, and Jasper's Way down the line wins by about 3.5 lengths. Bruce's Boy will get second. Third's close between a boy named Sue and Take the Chance, and Chaka, Trusted Kitty, and World Rain.
Jasper's Way continues to race well, was supported late, gets the job done in really good style for Michael Mulholland, and Jake Tracy Holmes pays $240, $1.30. Bruce's Boys run really well again. Finished second, pays $4.40, and it's a photo for third between the one, a boy named Sue, and the 7, which was Take the Chance. My on-top selection, Trusted Kitty, had to work a little bit in the early stages, 3 wide, got into a nice spot, but never really seemed to be travelling, and Jasper's Way was just cruising behind them. And it's gone on to win quite comfortably in the end. Franklin's a pretty good recent form around the likes of Miss Clamarosa and also West Head, 2 pretty promising types out of the Brett Robb stable. That's his second win at start 6. He's got a pair of minor placings in there as well. I'm just having a look around. I know Michael Mulholland is on course, but he doesn't mind dodging interviews, Mick. So he'd be probably hanging around somewhere where I wouldn't be able to track him down. Can't see him. That was the first leg of the quaddie, of course. The favourite getting the job done nicely. So I'd say most people will have found their way through in the first leg of the quaddie there. It looks like it's down there on the strapping duties, opening the gates, Michael Mulholland. So there's no chance of getting an interview. He's performing double duty, opening the gates and welcoming back his horse, who got the win here. Just got word through on the numbers. So it was 5, 4, 1 and 7. A boy named Stu finished third, and Take the Chance finished in fourth. So that takes us away from race number 4 at Warren. We'll take a break now on Sky Thoroughbred Central. On the other side, Mellon Alley at Newcastle.
Over the mile, dollars our just easing favourite now, $1.95 out to 2.20, did open at 2.40. Turning circle on the second line is at 4.60, halved since the opening.
Cheering from the 12.
At 11s, $5 in from 8.50 for North Terrace. Zima is at 8 out from 7.50 this morning. 19 into 16 for Himros, and then Luna Cruiser is at 17, 19 or more, the rest of them. So dollars just getting on down to that 2.20 quant, but still pretty hard in the market here. It looks like we have most of them in the yard. We might be waiting on just one or two. So let's begin with the two. The one is a scratching, None a War for Paul Perry and Anna Roper.
Yeah, he got back around Wyong first up and just never really got into the race. He was beaten around 6.5 lengths. So up to the mile today will certainly help his chances. I think the big track will be more to his liking. Also, he's drawn to get the right running transit, but would need to improve on his first up run to be a winning chance here.
Our favourite is the $3. Jason Deemer and Brad Knock, of course, coming in off a last win.
He's had the 6 career stats. He's been.
Do you know, we'll talk about this after this race. This one.
For second position. Nothing went right for him at Coffs Harbour last start. He was wide the trip, went sent out a short price favourite. He can improve today. He dropped 3.5 kilos in the weights, and although he's been short in the market, I do feel he's found a winnable race if he puts his best foot forward.
That's probably not coming off a last race win, of
That's
course.
what's threw me a little bit.
I can hear it in your voice. No, break knock. The 4, North Terrace for Ed Cummings and Aaron Bullock.
He looks a picture. He's marching around the yard, a little keen to get on with things, but certainly not going over the top. He's first up after 6.5 months off the scene. He's been placed in both of his trials. He trialled over the 1,150 metres in his latest at Kembla. He was really ridden along, but I thought he responded nicely into second position behind Blessed As, who's won 3 races. Just a matter of if he's sharp enough for a mile. I think he's going to be better when he gets out to 2,000 metres. But first up, tongue tie on today for the first time. I expect him to run well.
The 5 out. So we look to 6, Hidden Mogul, Mark Chevalier and Molly Fitzgerald.
She's had a few chances to break her maiden status. She's been placed 3 from her last 4. They've all been at country grade. She needs a lot of luck from the barrier. She finds a stronger race here today. She holds good condition, albeit she's deep into the preparation. I'd be happy to bypass her on a current form.
Humoros is the 7, who's just been 19 into $15, as I say that, for James Ponsonby and Winona Costa. They've been a winning combination in the run.
They have. He hasn't been that far. First up at Mudgee, he was caught wide the trip, but I thought he battled on nicely to be beaten a length and a half. He's another one that finds a stronger race. It's just the fact that he's had 30 goes now to break his maiden. So hard to tip, and he does have some cleaning up to come in the coat.
Pariah Keatings is aboard the 8-year Legros for Tara and Philippe Figueroa.
He's another one that's had a number of chances to break his maiden. He's been well beaten in both runs this preparation. I'm happy to bypass him. The claim will definitely help him. He looks well enough, but again, he's had 40 goes to break his maiden.
Jay Hopkins and Jean Van Overmeer combine here with Luna Cruiser.
She's deep into her preparation. She's rock hard fit. She's drawn to get the right run in transit. She doesn't mind getting the toe in the ground, but I do think there's more favourable horses here.
Ed Cummings and Alicia Collin with the 10, Sunconey.
She's a 4-year-old mare having her 7th career start. She's been unplaced in her career to date. She sets out to the mile for the first time, but would need to improve off current form.
Louise Day rides for Chrisley's here, the final say.
I haven't got this filling in, but I liked her first up run here. Behind Oakwood Neptune, who goes around the market a little bit later on. She went back from the wide gate, but she made up nice ground over the final stages. That was on a heavy track, so soft track should be no concern, and she draws to settle closer in money.
Turning Circle currently sits on the second line of betting there at 460. Ben Osmond already on the board for Nathan Doyle.
She's a former Brad Widdop galloper. She's had one run for the new stable where she was narrowly beaten last start at Musselbrook. She's nice and fit, needs luck from the draw, but it wouldn't surprise me to see her run a big race here.
Zena sitting around that 850 point from Robin Luke Price.
She's been far away this preparation. She just struggled to touch keen off the slow tempo last start at Kembla, where she was beaten around 3 lengths. Bigger field today, I think, will generate a more genuine run race. That'll help her chances. She gets a nice run in transit. She's a filly I'm not familiar with, just a little keen to get on with things here, but she looks well in herself.
All right, let's have a look at them in the yard. Just over 3 minutes out from jump time. She certainly was keen to get on with it, isn't she, Zima, as she makes her way out. The rest of the field heading onto the track now. She's a little bit above herself. Zima, that mare by Piero for Brock Ryan, Rob and Luke Price. Dollars is our just easing favourite now, is $1.95 this morning up to $2.25. I believe Mel might be heading over to have a chat to Jason Deemer. Turning Circle is at $4.60 after opening 11s. The move here has been for North Terrace. $8.50 into $5 today after going up at 15. Zima at that $8.50 quote and then 12 or more the rest of them. There's been a spec there at odds for him, Ross, who opened 26 as this son of Savabeel into $12. But I believe Mel is now joined by Jason.
Yeah, Jason's going to make his way over to the camera with dollars. Jace, this fellow, he's had 2 runs back, obviously really good here first up. And can we just put a pen through last up?
Yeah, you got it, don't you? That's about all we can do. Yeah, look, there's, you know, you probably know Coxar better than me. That's one of the days you had to be hard up against the fence, and then there was a cutaway, and you actually had to follow the cutaway across too, and we were just stuck out in the middle. Had no luck, but still, you know, overall it was disappointing. So yeah, just get that big black texture in.
Where does he settle in running today?
We have the break, but we just be positive from the start, and then just happen where he's travelling, just so we don't end up too far back. Yeah.
I heard you on radio this morning, and I sort of agreed he's well in with the weights today.
Yeah, definitely. We were quite surprised that he got that way. So then we took full advantage. Well, we might get a bit more off when break was available. Yeah, obviously a very informed jockey and an extra kilo and a half off.
What about your other runner a little bit later on, Ready to Rock It? Newcomer to your stable?
Yeah, she's only been with us so I've been over 2 weeks. We've arrived in terrific order, race fit, ready to go. So we just kept it ticking over. The jockey Keegan Adams says last after the owners, bit of headgear, so we've applied the blinkers and yeah, that's obviously going to need a bit up from that wide barrier, but I think we'll just go back and ride for luck anyway.
Luck and both.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to Jason Deemer there on his thoughts there. Dollars, Frank Knock is hot property and for good reason at the moment. Back into $2.15 now, so it was $1.95 this morning, touched $2.25 and has just tightened back now into that $2.15 quote as he just makes his way out behind the barriers. There's been a good move here for North Terrace for Aaron Bullock and Ed Cummings. 15 on opening, this 4-year-old gelding by Adelaide, $8.50 down to $4.60. So that's a pretty decent go. Turning Circle has just been $4.40 out to $4.80 again after going up at that $11 quant. Zima was getting just a touch above herself in the yard, much better once she made her way out onto the track. $7.50 to $11, 19 into 14 for him, Ross, who's been a bit of a move at odds there after opening 26, as you said, looking to break the maiden at start number 31, the son of Savabeel. 23 about the final say, and then $31 or more the rest of the dollars and a line through the last start.
Yeah, I think we just need to put a line through it. Like we said, wide throughout is obviously still our short price favourite there. A country grade costs being around 3 lengths, was in the inferior part of the track, and he covered additional ground. So I've got him on top, but we'll concede. I don't think he's coming out of the strongest form races. The race series, the runner-up in here first up behind Air Kicks. The winner's gone on and been disappointing since. So he hasn't been coming out through the strongest form races. But again, he doesn't find an overly strong race here today. I just thought he was probably the horse with the upside, with the claim third up into the preparation. The 12 Turning Circle, she's had her fair share of chances, but she's in a new stable now. I thought she was really good at Musselbrook last start and doesn't find an overly strong race here today. I can see why there's been support for North Terrace. He's coming out of some good form races last preparation. They've shown intent to kicking off first up over a mile. He's obviously going to be better suited when he gets out over a little bit further also in time, but he's here to run well off 2 trials, which he's been placed in. And the latest trial was out of the 11.50, and then I've included the 13, which is the Zima. 3, 12, 4 and 13.
All right, they're loading well here ahead of the first leg of the quaddie. Last couple of seconds to get your quaddie investments on as we get up and join Ben Hall.
Last few to get set here. So Turning Circle being led forward for Nathan Doyle. And Miros coming in Bogle and Zima. Zima to be ridden by Brock Ryan for Kevlar trainers Robin Price. $G just stuck its neck out through the front of the gates there. It's just trying to close that gate again. So we should be almost set ready for action here. 1,600 metres. Just look at the quaddie. Just standing by. Yeah, the two-way going off down regards to dollars here. After having a lunch at the front of the gate. You might want to vet it. So just standing by. It's going to be vetted. Okay, thank you. So it will be vetted. Please take note. Dollars just after lunging through the gate there. Didn't break right through, but contact the front of the gate. So it's just being checked by the vet, just to be double sure. $2.20 about it, $4 about North Terrace has been the best back runner. It's been fairly solid. It's been past Victor up. Moves in now. Set for a break. It's a back and they're off and racing. Out wide, turning circle left quickly with Zima. Amiros not far away with Hidden Bogle trying to slot in. And there goes Dollars trying to drive through to a prominent spotter. North Terrace 3 wide early pressing forward. Luna Cruiser goes underneath in. Then the final say to Gunnerwaller. Now getting back third last, Legree. Hidden Mogul's been dragged back. It's 3 wide and second last now. Last pass by Suncone over on the inside. They sort out their orders as they go past the 1100 metres. Zebra in front, turning circles, trying to get over one off. Third was Luna Cruiser, then Hamiros on the inside of Dollars. North Terrace is stuck out 3 wide. Then the final say, the Gunner Wall. Now Hidden Mogul's 3 wide with cover. Suncone second last the rail, and Legree is at the tail. Down the side and turning circle found the lead with 750 left to go, out by 2. Zebra is in second and third on the outside, Luna Cruiser, then North Terrace out wide. Camiros over on the inside, Dollars about 4 off the speed. The Hidden Bogle, the final say, the Gunner Wall, Legree, and Suncone whipped them in as they approach the turn. 450 left to go, turning circle the pilot. Led by 2, Zima, then Luna Cruiser trying to get going. Dollars are starting to get going as well. They were followed by Hamiros, North Terrace out wide. 300 metres left to go. Turning circle 2 clear from Luna Cruiser. Trying to peg back the margin. Then came North Terrace. Dollars getting into the clear now. And down the outside, the Gunner Wall. Turning circle still in front. Dollars, the Gunner Wall are both charging home on the outside. The Gunner Wall on the outside's getting the upper hand now from Dollars. And then came Turning Circle. But the Gunner Wall beat the favourite
2,
Dollars.
3, 12.
Turning Circle. North Terrace next. Then Hamiros followed by Luna Cruiser. They were followed in by the final say. Legree was next, then Zima, Suncone, and last in was Hidden Mogul, had no luck.
Ooh, a bit of a boil over there as Ngunnawal nails them at $71, $60 there on the New South Wales for Paul Perry and Anna Roper at start number 3. This gelding by Territories breaks the maiden and swoops down the outside. Dollars has run second there, the break knockout favourite, and then Turning Circle third. We led them up 2, 3, 12, and 4 as we get straight to Michael Charge for Cairns Race 4.
4 or 14? No, 14 was
Welcome
not
back
there.
to Cairns for race 4, the happy 60th birthday, Ross McGee.
So what happened here is that 2 EW 19 by 19 That happened. 2, 3, 12. Anyway, that was that. We'll go to the next. Anyways. Six. 1, 2, 5, and 8. All scratched. 4, 3, 7, 11. Right, this is what I have for the 6th. If we look through the odds, it's 4, 3, 7, and 11. That 4 is the favorite. It's here. And if we look through the rails, then we get 3, 10, 12, 11, 7, and 4. Now, here's the thing. So if we look at this one, so that was a 19. It is an EW. It possesses a threat, but that is exactly what these people have been doing. They're bringing in these kind of horses, and so what was wrong here? It is exactly the same thing what was wrong here with 6. It is exactly the same thing what was wrong here with 6. That's the same situation. And the 2 went through. That was one of the highest advantage given. The 8, the 10 also had the advantage, but 10 had 6 races. It is again management, probably. Anyway, here, this thing came in second, okay, with the rails and all that. So the 4 is the favorite. The 4 is good. But if the 4 is good, then here from this particular section, the 9 is even better. It's got the advantage. It's again an EW. And this is a 26, which is here, the 6. I'm ignoring that. But out of these two, definitely 9 has more advantage than this one. The 7 is the linear, which is 606. It is 609 actually. It's got one of the best jockeys. There is no reason to think that it will not work. It is also like 31 by 32. It is good. It is not bad. Here these are false. The other one, which is a stable, is a 10. It's a 33 by 33. It's again the same thing here. What happened to that 3? So this thing is quite capable of getting in. Now, ideally in this thing is a that's a good hand. The 7 is also a good hand. These two are under pressure. This is not in a winning position, but it will get in. The 3 has the rails, which is the second linear, but these two will not come in together. That generally doesn't happen. So in that case, it's 32, 31, 32. This is 33, 32. 36, 33. And this is a 31, 34. This is at 24. This is at 41. I doubt this will work. And I also doubt this will work. So 4 practically is with the, it is between 4 or 10. This is at 2. This is a 28 by 30. This is at 2. This is at 0, where this is a 33. This is a 32 at 2. The pressure is not working here at this track. They kind of are playing with it. The pressure, there's the horses, they can't survive this. That's a lot of pressure, and I don't know whether that'll work. So the 4 is the favorite, which is a 28 by 30. That's the favorite. It has a great jockey. That's that. It is also one of the best hands. So that's that. And then the 10 is here, which is a 33 by 33 and 0. The 11, why? What's wrong with the 11? So that's a 33, that became a 32, and that's a very weird kind of a management on that horse. And what's wrong with 9? What are we looking? Because if this is 28 by 30 and this is here on a pressure, this one is a 29 by 30, which is higher than this, and it doesn't have any pressure. So it's either here or it's, I mean, the 4 is the favorite. 4 probably is a well thought favorite. It is not a bad horse. It's a good one. It has the best jockey that's there. The hand is also good. But here, if we look at that 34 with 24, I don't think that is going to work. This is a 32 by 41. It did not work on any of the races. So I don't know what will change here. But that 10 and 9 both are threats. I like the 10 more because it is a better spell. The 4 is the favorite. We'll see at the track. We'll see what they are saying, and we'll take a look.
The yard now, John, trained by Brett Robb. He's a model of consistency.
I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. All right, I'm back.
I love when he's up in front. He's really rocking along. That's our plan. We'll see what happens and leave it up to Heavy.
Next race, you've got Not a Bad Shazzy resuming from a spell today, I suppose. She's one that you probably didn't want to see coming for, given she is first up.
Yeah, and she's probably a little bit disappointing on wet tracks as a 2-year-old. So she obviously went to Paddy, come back, and won first up out here at Warren, which won a mate. Look, it's obviously it's not ideal. She's a very quick mare. I believe she'll jump well. She'll find the front. She's had a jump out at home. It's not showing she's had a position control, but she's had a jump out at home. She's nice and fit. She'll be up on speed.
And Avalicious in the last. Of course, the last start winner of the Winter Country Classic, and you scratched her the other day as well, looking for a better gate and get that today.
Yeah, we definitely get that. Look, she gets through the wet going. She's another one like Old Pyro. They just handle everything. They always race well. They're so consistent. Look, she obviously put the win on the board last start, and she's racing well. She looks great, and she gets her chance as well. She'll be right up on speed, and she should be hard enough to beat or get past again past the day.
Which one you're most keen on in those last three?
You're going to stick with old Avalicious. She's racing well, and really happy with the way she's going. It's just how she gets the track today.
Best of luck with them all.
Thanks, mate.
There he is, Clint London. He turns the phone off silent, back on to being able to hear phone calls. Oh, we've got some mutual friends who don't mind ringing you at the most inopportune times. All right, I've gone, what have I gone here? Get back to race number 5. I've got my way down to race 7 in the form. 2, 8, 4 and 3 here. I've gone with Dion. He's untested on the heavy, but Brett Robb seems to think he'll get through it okay. He gets the benefit of the inside draw, gets the 3 kilos off for Jordan Quince. He enjoys racing here at Warren. Now he goes well at this trip, and look at his form. He's third in the Cannonball after being 3 wide the trip, then ran into Cranich last time. Cranich goes to town and runs second in the highway. He gets the draw where he's not going to do too much work in the run. He's got good early speed, should be up there somewhere, and I think it'll be hard to gun down. Put the 8 in for second, which is Everlasting Stars. Good run at the Kenzo. 3 starts back in the 1250 benchmark 72. Last time out, not all that far in a highway, despite what the form guy says, 11 to 14. It's only 4.5 lengths behind Lords for there. Gets a good draw. Matty Carl aboard for third, the 4, which is Champa's Girl. She'll just eat up the fact that it's been raining here all day. Beat Fate Demirs on a heavy track last time out. Now this track has been downgraded to a heavy. That's certainly going to play into her favour. And I'll put the 3, Rothgate, in for 4. He's a model of consistency. I think he can bounce back off that run in the Cannonball last time out. 2, 8, 4 and 3. It looks like they're loading pretty well over there at the 1200 metre starting point. Let's head to Cole for his call. Race number 5 at Warren.
Put all words in. Here, Rothgate, another one of Brett Robb's, which is racing very, very consistently. Won 2 in a row at Warren and Galbong before it was unplaced at Canamble. A very strong sprint race at Cannonball. Now, the grain been light all day. Ever since I left Fords this morning, it's been sharing. Unfortunately, I'm crawling through glass here. You can't remove the glass. And now the rain is settling right on the glass and pulling them through a blur here, nearly. Now, you can hear some Everlasting Stars still to come in here. Just having a look at the races run so far today. Major Lightning won the first, Sienna Griner, and then Spring Prospect Zoe Hunt, Miss Karis Jordan Quince, and then the first leg of the quadrilla won by Jasper's Way. Might make a handy stay at Jasper's Way. Yes? Right, Everlasting Stars undergoing a pre-race veterinary examination. It's well in the market too, number 8. Oh, it's got its front legs stuck in the gates there, but Everlasting Stars, it's in from $3.80 into $3.40. So, go and get a word in. Pass is fit to start. Everlasting Stars.
Good evening, this is Parjinder Singh from the Grandstand Gazette Integrity Unit. I notice that there are many people watching the festivities, but very few likes. Please, let's beef up the likes. Hit the like button. Help the algorithms. Please, I do not want to resort to more extreme measures. Thank you.
And they're almost set to go here. First look at the daily double, red lights blinking. And they're almost set here. Racing now, Dion jumped away about fourth. Rothgate got away pretty quickly, it might lead early. Pyromania has gone up, but Dion spearing right through along the rails. It's going to look for the lead, I think. London Boys getting back in the field there with Everlasting Stars, a stablemate up in front of it. All Words is dropped out to last, and Coastal Groove about second last. So down the side they're coming. Dion leads Pyromania by 3/4 length. Rothgate third, Chamber's Girl fourth. Then comes Everlasting Stars, London Boy, Coastal Groove. All Words is last down past the 500. And Dion held together 3/4 on Pyromania. Rothgate third, Chamber's Girl, followed by Everlasting Stars on the fence. London Boy hooked out wide to make a run. Well on the straight they coming. Dion the leader, Pyromania the outside. Rothgate gets up along the rails. Further out there, Chamber's Girl is starting to run home fairly well. Dion took a narrow leader. Rothgate's getting home fairly well. Everlasting Stars is getting right through along the rails now. Everlasting Stars and Rothgate, Everlasting Stars does best. Everlasting Stars beat Rothgate, Dion third, Chamber's Girl fourth. Followed in there by London Boy, All Words, Pyromania and Coastal Groove.
Everlasting Stars overcomes the vet check before the race. Pass fit. Correct decision by the vet. Pays $3.40, $1.40. Danny Williams and Matthew Carl. That's winner 2,901 for Matthew Carl in his career. Pays $3.40, $1.40. Rothgate $3 for the place. Looked the winner in the early part of the straight, and then you saw Everlasting Stars back to the inside, looming up. Dion was used up a bit early to find the front. Has battled on and finished third, and Chamber's Girl finishes fourth. But Danny Williams, he brought a team of them out here today, and he gets the money here in race number 5 with Everlasting Stars. That's win 3 at start 30. Takes the prize money earnings over the $100,000 mark in her career. So good result there for the Goulburn crew. It's a long trip, and they've got a winner to celebrate on the way back home. So Everlasting Stars gets the job. 8, 3, 2 and 4 here in race number 5. We need to get to Newcastle. Here's Ali and Mel.
Thanks very much, Ben, as we welcome you back here for Newcastle race 6. Runners in the yard. We're about 9 minutes out from the Newcastle Herald. Fillies and Mares benchmark 64 over 1400. Second leg of the point for those still alive. In the quaddy, we have Ngunnawal salute at any old odds, Mel. It's $71. Well done if you found Ngunnawal for Anna Roper and Paul Perry. But they are here for our second leg of the quaddy now. Our favourite Spaceballs into $2.15 now. So there's been a good late rally here after opening $2.60. It was $8 they were up about Spaceballs. She's certainly well credentialed filly. Just really needing to put it all together. Perhaps today is the day for her. Third up into the preparation as we head into the yard now for our 6th event. 1 and 2 out. So we begin with her, our favourite Spaceballs for Kieran Maher at Breakdown.
Yeah, she's had 2 runs back, and you could argue she's been luckless on both occasions. She settled off the speed in that latest run at Kembla. She had the Weaver passage through. She didn't get clear galloping room too late, but I thought she batted on nicely there for third position. I think the step out to 1,400 metres looks suitable now. She's very well placed with the 1.5 kg off, which brings her in with 59.5. Not an overly big, strong filly, but she's nice and relaxed. She's right up to the mark now, third up into the preparation. She's just a horse that needs momentum, and I think the soft barrier will allow her to do that, stay one off the fence and let her blend into the race when she wants to.
Certainly on her best behaviour today in the yard as well, as we look to 4 here. Cluedo on the second line at 3.40 for Aaron Bullock. And Paul Snowden.
She's had one run for the new stable where she was able to win in a benchmark 58 there at Taree. She had a beautiful running transit. She pulled away for a convincing win. She's a former Brian Smith galloper. She needs to take the next step up in grade here today, and I guess the query is she's yet to be placed second up in the past, but she's racing on confidence. She put Pay to Arrive was very easily first up at Taree, and she's grading equally as good as when I saw her first up, perhaps even a little bit better.
5 out. The 6 is Stage Legend, Les Bridge and Reece Jones aboard.
I thought she had a chance first up at Kembla. She may appreciate getting out to 1400 metres here today. She's won the 1 from 7 and she's been placed on another occasion. She's a horse that generally improves deeper into the preparation, so happy just to see what she does here today.
The 7, Butterfly Style, who stayed quite solid in the market there for Mitch Beer, Holly Dernan rides.
She's chasing a hat trick of wins. She's been very well placed her past 2. She broke a babe at the Sapphire Coast and then went on to win a Class 1 at Kembla, where she was aided by a very good ride. She got the sweet running transit cutting back towards the inside. She only carried 55.5 kilos, and although she's stepping up in grade, she does step to fillies and mares company with a claim, so well placed again today.
The 8 is scratching, so we look to 9 without you, Mark Chevalier and Andrew Atkins.
She's first up of one trial at Portsmouth where she was beaten around 8 lengths. I think she's a better horse. Also, it's been suited deeper on into the preparation and perhaps out over a touch further. But trying to get the right running transit. She's nice and healthy in the coat with improvement to come fitness-wise.
Calix Rose is the 10 for Brad Widdop and Brad Buckley. We've had Jet Buckley visiting us today in the studio.
We have. This filly has been well beaten in both runs this preparation. She did show some improvement in that latest start. She'll be up on top of the speed. She did nothing in her first 2 runs last campaign, and then she put 2 wins together. So third up again today. Wouldn't surprise me to see her run well, but she needs luck on the draw.
The 11's Yell for Gary Nixon and Molly Brett.
She's struggled her past few at Metropolitan grade. She's a horse that can mix her form, but she was placed at Canterbury 3 runs ago when she attacked the line strongly from back in the field. If she could reproduce that, that'd be good enough to give her a good chance in this race.
And finally, Monomore, the 12, Paul Perry and Anaropa combine again here after that boil over in the previous affair.
Well, she's been promising to win another race for a little while. She's been placed 3 from her last 5. She's been consistent without winning. I thought she tried hard into 3rd position last start.
A bit of an upset in the previous. Our first level quantity at the $15 mark and then $19 or more. The rest is our final runners just start to make their way out of the yard. I believe Mel has gone for a hunt to find Paul Snowden and get his thoughts on Cluedo.
Yeah, he joins me now. Paul, this mare, she's a newcomer to your stable. Very good to win first up.
She was. I think she's a little bit better, as she's going to have to be. She's stepped up in grade, just a touch, but hopefully it's not beyond that.
Obviously, she's new to your stable, but looking at the form guide, she's yet to be placed 2nd up. Any queries? She come through the run nicely?
Yeah, she has. Look, she's a mare that doesn't carry a lot of condition, so we've taken our time with her. But yeah, I've 2nd up syndrome stat. You know, it's different now. I'm just training the horse and taking her as I see it. So hopefully she can throw that off and run well here.
Awkward barrier. Is it vital that she gains cover early?
Look, she's just a horse that you don't sort of disappoint too much. So we spoke about that pre-race with Aaron, and it looks a little bit messy. I've got to say that, but he knows extremely well. And this is the thing, you sort of can't sort of park it where you need to be. It's what she wants to do. I'm not going to hold up to say leave it up to him, but you know, he might have to make a decision quite early. And if that's the case, if she lands sort of closer to where we anticipate, well, that's fine.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good to hear the thoughts of Paul Snowden here. He's had some success, of course, already with Aaron Bullock and Cluedo. 360 into 330 she is. Baseball staying rock solid there, though, at the top of the betting. She's back now into 220. A couple of moments ago, she was at 220. 220 mark. She's sticking with the pony as she makes her way out onto the track. She's always had the ability, but she's just done a few things wrong through her last couple of preparations. I haven't actually seen her this time back in, but last prep I know she could get herself a little bit warm in the yard, and she just did a few things wrong, particularly a victim of circumstance on some occasions, but she certainly can be a little bit hot. So great to see that she's nice and settled today. Of course, she ran behind Verona Rose when she went down there to Kembla, and I think subsequently Verona Rose went and ran in Oaks after that as well. So Cluedo at 340, Butterfly Style is at 7s, just out from 550, 11 about ZL. Calix Rose is at 14s, Monomore 17, Stage Legend 19, and then $26 down the bottom there for. We're just under 3 minutes out. What are your late thoughts here?
Yeah, I can certainly see why Spaceballs is favourite. I'm with Cluedo though, 43711. Paul's doing a really good job with the limited runners he's had so far. He's really taking his time with each and every runner that he's got in his small stable. And this mare, she's had a change of environment. Former Queensland galloper, she was with Brian Smith where she was racing really well. She was so dominant winning first up at Tari. She looks equally as good as when I saw her win there first up. Needs a touch of luck from the barrier, but enjoys getting her toe in the ground. And I thought she could run well. The 3 Spaceballs, she's got all the upside, lightly raced, gets the claim today. You only have to look back last preparation, and she was placed at Metro Grade there at Rosehill, and of course she broke her maiden at Warwick Farm. She's only had the 7 starts for a win and 3 minors, so I can absolutely see why she is favourite. The 7 Butterfly Style, very well placed by Mitch Beer, gets the claim today for Holly Durnan, chasing a hat-trick of wins. She'll get every opportunity from a soft barrier. And ZL, look, she's a hard filly to catch, but if she could replicate what she did a few rides ago at Canterbury, that'd be good enough to hold her in good stead for a race like this. They probably really need to run along here to suit her. She'll be back in the field. 4, 3, 7, 11.
It's nice to see Paul Snowden at the races. You'd probably get to see a lot more of him out your way than we do now, of course, in town.
Yeah, it is, and it's a real family affair now. His wife Crystal doing the strapping. He's got 4 little beautiful girls that are always on track. So it's nice, and like I said, he's doing a really good job with his small team. Like the other horse that escapes me at the moment, his other filly, she's won about 3 from the 4 career starts that he's given her. Former Chris Waller galloper she was, but he's got a small team, and this mare, although she's had the 14 starts and Paul's only had her for 1, I thought she was very good first up, albeit at country level.
It's certainly nice to see him really well.
No, Lee, it is. Welcome back, Lee. This is Newcastle. If I had any other track, I would have gone there. I did not want to go to Balat. That is a bad place. This one is. They don't have stock, Lee. It is basically trying to find a needle in the haystack.
Out from 26 4 with that, I believe is the one that's just being brought forward there. Is that? No, that would be the Butterfly Style with the
Go off to sleep.
And they've got a few out of line.
We've got some better races tomorrow. I think we'll get Doomben.
Snowden, as I mentioned earlier, she looked good winning at Tari.
Lewis 6.
Improvement. She should be able to step up today. Ziel's about to come in those cerise colours. Last one, Calyx Rose. So last look, 215 Spaceballs, Pluto 340. Lifestyle 7. Ready to jump at the 1400, and the starter lets them go, and they're off and racing. Bonamore bounced out first. Spaceballs goes with it in the early part, and Cluedo's nice and handy. Butterfly Style not far away. Calyx Rose out wider. Then Stage Legend without you, and last Ziel settling down. 1,050 metres left to go. Cluedo crossed down to the rail and led 3/4 Calyx Rose, and Spaceball is now in third. Bonamore 4th on the inside. 5th Butterfly Style, then Stage Legend without you over on the inside, second last. And Ziel whipped them in about 10 off the speed. 800 metres left to go, and the leader is Cluedo. Gets a mid-race breather. Then a long neck Calyx Rose, and Spaceballs on the outside, third of Bonamore. Then came Butterfly Style without you, Stage Legend, and Ziel takes off 3 wide. Bullock stacks them up at the 600 here with Cluedo. Led narrowly from Calyx Rose, Spaceballs third, about to be called on. Bonamore just behind them, then came Butterfly Style, Stage Legend, Ziel without you. Cluedo in front, 350 left to go, tackled by Calyx Rose on the outside. And Spaceballs looming large on the outside, coming home hard. Spaceballs moves up on the outside of Cluedo. Bonamore, Calyx Rose, Ziel's down the outside. Spaceballs in front, Ziel's chasing hard. It's Spaceballs, 100 metres left to go. Ziel is eating.
In the frame. There we go. They got us. This angle got us a couple of meetings ago. And it looked as though actually I think it went the other way. But the 11, Ziel, we said she needed a good tempo up in front. She got that here today and gets the better of the 3 Spaceballs.
Blake did everything he could to lift her over, didn't he? But it just wasn't quite enough. She had the momentum, Ziel, as she closed off.
311, 6-7. Yes, the 6 got a place.
7 perhaps, and Stage Legend was thereabouts as well. The 6 with the 11 gets it over Spaceballs in the 6th event here at Newcastle. We need to head straight up to Cairns now to join Michael Judge.
So the 3 actually went through with that pressure. This is the first time the benchmark 64 with the pressure actually worked. Three, 11, 6, and 7. 3, 11, 6, and 7. Okay, 332. So that's 6, 26, 25. Yeah, that was a raise here. 25, 26. But what was wrong with 9 and the 10? Tried, but it did not work on 10. This one had a league race. Huge scratching. 1, 6, 8, 9. 13, 14. 2, 3, 4, 12.
Break over the 1250 metres, and he is ultras. He's still quite
Only one win.
putting it all together, but just on the brilliance he has this horse. Look, if there's a danger to him, as I said, I think Skogafoss is possibly the only one. There's another Monroe's hand. He's got gate 1. He should be right there on the bunny. The 8 attentive, good run first up, but he has to really step up today. And the 2, Teehee for Johnny Manselman. Ex Victorian, look, he was going okay. Ran 4th at Mooney Valley over a mile 3 back. So 1, 4, 8, 2, my numbers. But $1.33 you're shopping about Lean Eagle. He's all the rage. $1.30 now. Is John Bluey Forsyth for the Cairns.
And they're all in. Lights on. First look at the body of Cairns. And they're off. Skogafoss and Lean Eagle both began well. Listen to Zoo Hard Written to go toward the lead. And Watson and out wide of Righty. He comes across and will sit up second. As Listen to Zoo took it up from Righty He running second, and third on the inside is Skogafoss, and then Lean Eagle and Fast as Steel. Ellie Dream was next, with Dabney's down on the inside, and the tentative drifted to the rear of the field. Off the back, and they go past the 800 metre mark, and Skogafoss, so either it's Listen to Zoo, in front here by a half a length. Going up on the outside now is Righty He, and they were followed by Skogafoss on the inside. Third, Lean Eagle starts a run with Faster as Steel, and they were followed in by Ellie's Dream trying to get onto the back of them. And then a tentative is starting to run going. And Radovny is last of all. Listen to Zoo. Lacey Morrison slipped a little bit of leather here and got 2 or 3 in front halfway down the straight here. They might be having trouble to catch it. Listen to Zoo. It's out 3-4 running, 2 or 3 in front. Here's Lean Eagles starting to spread wings in a tentative. And also Emily's Dream coming now. Race on in earnest. Listen to Zoo. Lean Eagle, oh, that's good. Lean Eagle beat Listen to Zoo's game. Emily's Dream third, I'm not sure fourth. You got Scoggapoth who are tentative.
One. Lee, boom.
And the last one over the line, righty-he.
Oh, it's smart, isn't he? Lean Eagle. Lacey Morrison was going, right, let's make a race of this on Listener Zoo. Took off before the corner. He was under pressure, Lean Eagle, but have a look at him lift. And lift he does hard for Steve Massingham and Ryan Wiggins. And look, he had to probably be ridden a little bit out of his comfort zone there. He had to really knuckle down and chase Lacey Morrison at her very best on Listener Zoo, trying to pitch it. But she just ran into a smart one. Lean Eagle, too good for them. One, good run the second horse, Listener Zoo. He just likes to satellite before the corner and do that. He was full of running, wasn't he? He was the one they had to gun down. The 7, Ellie's Dream, I think you'll find has run third. And the 8, Attentive, has run fourth. But yeah, gee, Lean Eagle. He got Louis excited anyway. Almost fell out of the box. Lean Eagle, too good. Takes out the 5th at Cairns. We will head to a short break on Sky Thoroughbred Central. On the other side, our very own Fuller, Benny Walker, with race 6 at Warren.
back here to Warren. Race 6 on the card is a Class 1 over the 1,000 metres. Pretty handy types going around in this event too, including the one, which is Romantic Love, gelding by Stern. He's had 4 starts for a win and 2 minor placings. His win came here on debut back in November of last year in dominant fashion. Put them away by 4 3/4 lengths. He had a couple of runs after that. Was in the placings, tipped out for a break and resumed from a spell in a benchmark 66. Pretty strong race. Midnight Dream won it. There were some good quality sprinters going around. He was only beaten 3.3 lengths. Could be better for that. How he goes on the heavy tracks yet to be seen, but he's certainly come back in pretty good order this preparation. The 2, I can't see the 2 yet. What have we got next? Let's go to the 5. Well, we'll go 3. Hard to Impress for Brent Thompson. Gelding by All Too Hard. I thought he resumed in really good order with a slashing third over 800 metres at Narromine first up. It was a $16 chance, got well back, hit the line very, very hard. The extra 200 metres today will certainly play into his favour. It's just a matter of how big a start he's spotting them. He's not a 1,000-metre horse, but he gets the benefit of the inside draw. If Michaela can have him close enough, he'll be steaming home. What do we got now? Let's go to the 5. And that is Brummagem, the stablemate to Hard to Impress. He was a good winner at Narromine first up. That was over the 800 metres. He beat Miss Caris, who we saw win earlier in the day here. And first up, he went around at Musbrook over 900 metres, where he was close up behind Valley Isle. So he's come back in good form. He gets a good draw here today. Jake Tracy Holmes aboard. No doubt they'll look to be positive with him. And he's got good ability. He's only lightly raced, and he can continue to improve. All right, the 6 is out on the track early. That's Houdini's Spirit. He's got a few issues when it comes to being around horses in the yard. So they've sent him out early. He was a winner here 2 starts back, beating London Boy. I went to Dubbo last time. That was well beaten there behind Wasted Dates. Had 4 goes on rain affected tracks. Hasn't been able to figure in the placings. So remains to be seen whether he'll get through this today. But is 1 from 1 here at the track at distance. The 7, which is not a bad chassis, resumes from a spell here today. She has had 1 go on the heavy in the past, didn't figure, but her only win did come here. That was over the 1,000 metres back in December, beat Rebel Flyer. Had 2 runs after that, didn't really show up. Gets a 3.5 kilo off here for Zoe Hunt. Will carry 53.5 kilos from a good draw. She does have a good amount of early speed. The 8, Bent My Friend, trained by Rodney Robs, had the 2 starts for a win. That came in at the Picnics, won by a length there. Gets the claim here for Kane Stewart and a good draw, but he'd need to transfer the Picnic form to tab level here today in order to be competitive. Now the 9, not sure if the 9 is on the track, so it went out early as well, which is Equibata, trained by Terry Fay. First up from almost 3 years off. Hasn't raced since the 11th of September 2022. Had a recent trial. Cowra was beaten 14 lengths. Whatever he does today, he will improve on, no doubt. The 10, Great Southern Land, was a winner last time out. That was a Canamble, beat Spradax on that occasion. Spradax won at Corinda at the non-tabs on the weekend. He'd always promised to get one on the board, Great Southern Land. He's done that now, but his stats on wet tracks are just basically non-existent. He doesn't really appreciate them. And he'd need to lift to a new level on a heavy surface in order to be winning here. The 11 spotted for Kieran Hazelden. He's had the 8 starts for a win and a second. That came at England at the Picnics last time out behind Casimir. This is a bit tougher today. The 12 Lockdown Lads, a stablemate, 2 spotted, trained by Kieran Hazelton. Thought the run at Cowra last time out was pretty good. Only beaten 2 lengths there over the 950. Prior to that, had won at Mudgee, and mixed in between was an effort behind Wasted Days in a race that was much stronger. Wide gate today, probably goes back, gets him with 54 after the claim. That helps, but would need to lift a little bit. The 13 Hallowed Star, for 23 starts, only the 1 win. That came a fair while ago. Does get the benefit of a good draw here today, so it wouldn't surprise me to see him improve. He is by Hallowed Crown. They tend to like wet tracks. 14, Montai Do, 19 starts, 1 win, 3 minor placings. Got beat 6 lengths, 2 starts back. Got beat 4 lengths last time out. The claim, having Tilly McCarroll on board will be a bonus, albeit she doesn't claim. That's got her riding weight of 55. And we go back to the 2, which is King Taurus, trained by Danny Williams. He had the previous winner. Was beaten 3.4 on the active track last time out. It's won 1 from 8 overall. He's had 1 go on heavy for a minor placing, so that's 1 tick in its favour. All right, we missed the 4 there in the yard. It was late coming in, and then by the time I got back, it was on its way around to the barriers. That's Winning Emotions, second of the Danny Williams trained runs here. Nick Hayward's aboard. He's only lightly raced. He's had the 4 starts for a win in the second. The win came at Wagga in a super maiden back in April, and then last time out was placed at Maria over 1,200 metres. That was first up from a break. Has to drop back to the 1,000 metres today, but obviously is a winner at this trip in the past and gets the services of the senior rider Nick Hayward sticking aboard today. So he's not without a chance. He looked, I can just have a look at him there behind the gates. He looks nice and relaxed. Obviously, you know, Danny's runners have all had a fairly lengthy trip to get over here from Goulburn. He looks to be taking it all in his stride. So for a young horse who hasn't done much racing, to see him like that after a long trip is a positive sign. I've gone 1, 3, 5 and 4 here. I was torn between Romantic Love and Hard to Impress. I've just ended up settling with Romantic Love due to the fact I think you'll have the tactical advantage of being able to settle a bit closer to the speed. He resumed in a strong race, benchmark 66 there at Dubbo behind Midnight Dream. Had the likes of Destiny's Bounty, Cunt Boogle in that race as well, all of whom have won multiple races. He was eligible for a Class 1. He was only beaten 3.3 lengths. He does have to lug the 61 here today on this deteriorating track. But he's a horse with a good amount of ability. And look, he's out at a fair enough price. He opened much shorter.
Lead 2 win,
About
please,
270
Warren.
this morning when I was doing the radio preview with Dave Stanley. He's out to 370 now, but wouldn't surprise me at all if there was just a little late move for him, given he's out to a bit more of a backable price. Now, Hard to Impress was very good first up this preparation. Over the 800 metres, far too short for him that race, and he almost got away with it. He was about half length behind Super Sue. He gets to the 1,000 today, probably still a bit short of his best trip, but if they're paddling late, you know that he'll be ripping through the line. He gets the inside draw as well, which could be quite advantageous. Might allow Michaela Weir to pinch some runs and be closer to that fence, which we've seen. There's no disadvantage. The 5, Brummagem, was very good, winning second up, there at Narromine over the 800 metres. He'll be much better suited out to the 1,000 here today. He has won second up in the past. He gets the good draw. Jake Tracy Holmes sticks aboard, and the 4, Winning Emotions, goes in for 4th. He's probably the one who's open to a fair bit of upside, only having had the 4 starts. And this is his first real triple away from home. A couple of those runs have been at Goulburn, one at Wagga, so he hasn't ventured too far away from home throughout his career. He finds himself here today, and he was nice and relaxed when I had a look in there behind the gates. He's now been back into favouritism, $3.70. So the 4, Winning Emotions, your new favourite here, holds the call ahead of the 1, Romantic Love, which is out to $4. Hard to Impress, $4.20. You've got $7 for King Taurus. I suppose he's the one that we've seen on a heavy track, really. Romantic Love hasn't seen a heavy track. Hard to Impress hasn't seen one. Winning Emotions has seen one once. Brummagem hasn't seen one. Houdini Spirit doesn't like it as a general rule. Chassis's been on it once and failed. The other ones really don't seem to appreciate it a huge amount, whereas King Taurus has had the one go on a heavy for a second placing. And the 4 kilo claim for Dale Cole gets him pretty light there with the 55 kilos. So too fizzy and too worked up on his way around to the gates. And he's still got a little bit of a way to go before he gets there. He's not too far away now, but we're approaching 3 minutes behind start time here for the 6th event. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Still about 11 or 12 to load. So this is our biggest field of the day, 14 runners, 3 minutes behind start time, and still got the vast bulk of this field to load. Just having a look for any late market moves here. Hard to Impress, just $4.20 into $4. Romantic Love staying pretty firm around that $4 quote. Winning Emotions staying firm at that $3.70 for its favourite. Brummagem's there at $8.50, and King Taurus been reasonably steady around $7.50 for the last little while. One they don't want $7, that's not a bad chassis. Open $9 now this morning, now $31. Bit of a move at bigger price for the 11 Spotted. Kieran Hazelden open $61 into 41s, now into $34. And then you can see King Taurus there, 11s into $7.50, no doubt due to the fact that it does have a little bit of good exposed heavy track form. So still no closer to having all these runners loaded. We're now 4 minutes behind start time, so still a handful of them at least to go in. Not sure what the hold up has been around there at the 1,000 metre starting point, but hopefully they'll get these last few loaded in pretty quick fashion so we can get this run and won in a timely manner. We've still got a couple from Newcastle and obviously charging the king up there at Cairns. We like them up there, nice and warm. It's absolutely freezing here. Looks like there's maybe 3 or 4 left to load here now, so they're doing a good job getting these last few in. Let's get the call for his call, race from 6 at Warren.
Move in. Hardware Prestige, one of those. King Taurus and Romantic Love. Yeah, still walking around behind the gates and also Montito. So, no action as yet. So I'm not sure what's in the hold up here, but we've got about 4 to come in. And Romantic Love opens as a favourite, but it's got the blows in the market. Romantic Love. It's got out to $3.90 now from $2.70. Here we go. I can hear the starters talking to the steward here. Yeah. $3.45 late scratching. Number 14 Montito got cast in the barriers. Got cast in the barriers. So that was the trouble there. Montito. A late scratching Montito at what was that time again? 3:45. Thank you for that. 3:45 late scratching time. Number 14 Montito came cast in the barriers. And now they might be able to get them in. And it looks like Hard to Impress is going to come forward. Gee, I can't even see them over there. You can see the light blinking. It's better. And they're off now, and they're off and racing. And beginning well there, King Taurus has gone up pretty handy in the early stages, winning Emotions. And Hard to Impress is starting to spear through, and Brummagem and Hard to Impress were the joint leaders. They came towards the turn, winning Emotions back along the fence. Romantic Love spotted, followed then over on the inside by Not a Bad Chazé, a fair way back to Ben, my friend, Lockdown Lad. Then came King Taurus, a long way back to Great Southern Legion. Equivana was with it, and Hallowed Star was about 7th on the fence. Into the straight they come, and Brummagem had raced up to Hard to Impress. Here's Winning Emotions coming home well now, followed then by Hidden Houdini, but it's still Hidden Hard to Impress. Winning Emotions grabbing it on the outside. Winning Emotions, Hard to Impress. Winning Emotions beat Hard to Impress. Lockdown left, close down the inside. It's going to be a photo there for the minors. Brummagem was handy. King Taurus was also coming home well. And in behind them was Houdini Spirit, Hallowed Star. Not a Bad Chazé was on the fence. Then came Ben, my friend, spotted Equivado and Great Southern Land back with them.
Winning double to the Golden Trainer, Danny Williams. Winning Emotions, $3.70, $1.70. Hard to Impress. Jeez, I didn't have it anywhere near the lead. It's battled on Michaela Weir. That's her 4th second placing of the day. Pays $1.70. Fancy the 12. Lockdown Ladders finished in 3rd, just ahead of Brummagem. But Winning Emotions gets win 2 on the board at start number 5. We need to get the Newey. We've been holding them up long enough. Here are the girls, Ali and Mel.
Welcome back to Newcastle for our penultimate event here. This is the 7th affair, the Port Stephens Examiner Colt Skeletons and End Tyres. Benchmark 64 over 1400 Cold Brew. Our 240 favourite, that's who we will begin with, the one that's scratching. So Cold Brew here for Richard and Will Friedman and Rory Hutchings.
Yeah, genuine excuses first up on the Kensington track. He was able to get the job done in good fashion last start at Hawkesbury where he led. He won by a margin, 4.5 lengths. He's a beautiful relaxed type to look at. First time I've seen him in the flesh. He steps up slightly and trip to the 1400 metres, which looks to be more to his liking. He's a beautiful loose walking galloper. Inside barrier here today, up slightly in the weight, but I think he finds a suitable race today.
Certainly looks well. I haven't seen him for a couple of starts. The 3 then market order, calibrated for Joe Pride and Ash Morgan has been spent. He was very tough to win first up at Wyong, where he was back and wide throughout, but he just continued to surge to the line and to beat Lady Savannah. He jumps up sharply in the weights today, up 5 kilos, but he's drawn to get the right run in transit. He's a winner second up in the past, and he's also won here at Newcastle. The 4 here, Smoke on the Water, and Aaron Bullock is a book. Lightly raced 4-year-old by Jukebox. He's really developed since I saw him last preparation. He was quite a narrow galloper, but he has put on some condition with maturity. Good to win last start at Scone, building a nice record. He's won 3 from 6. This is definitely his toughest test to date, but Aaron knows him well. 5, Michael Friedman has Carnegie Hill and Keegan Latham rides. He broke his maiden first up at Hawkesbury, where he was sent out a short price favourite. He had excuses at Wyong last start, where he was 6 weeks between runs. He hit a flat spot, rounding the home turn. He didn't get a lot of galloping room over the final stages. I thought he could be the improver here today. 6 is scratching, so we look to Fun Sponge, the 7 for Jason Coyle and Reece Jones. Former Queensland galloper, he's had 1 run for the new stable. He's caught wide throughout there at Gosford. First start, beaten around 5 lengths. I expect him to have taken good improvement from that first start run. Been a little while since he's won a race, so I'll be happy to bypass him on his current form. 8 and 9 are both scratching, so 10 here is War Star for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott, and Regan Bayless rides. Although I don't have this fellow in the mix, I wouldn't be surprised to see him improve. I really liked him here first up. He was disappointing. He got back in the field and just never got into the race on that track. I think out to 1400 means we can see him settle closer to the speed. He's a winner second up in the past, even though I think can improve today. Homrick then is the 11 for Pete Snowden and Tom Shep. He's lightly raced. He broke his maiden 2 runs ago at Kembla and then disappointed here last start. It was on a heavy track, but he did break his maiden on heavy ground, so hard to find too much of an excuse for his last start disappointing performance. Crossover is going on for the first time. He has been freshened with a 4 weeks between runs. Iceman, who's been expected odds here, the 12 Clary Connors trains, Ben Osmond drives. Yeah, he's won 1 from 16. I have no doubt he's got the ability. He went around the same race as Cosmic.Let last start, where he was beaten just over a length. He was back, he was held up at the top of the straight, but he closed off well. Big trackle suit. 13 and 14 out, so 15 here is Anilus for Scott Asprey and Jenny Duggan. 2 of his 4 wins have been here, but he hasn't won a race in well over 12 months, and he needs a lot of luck from the barrier. And finally, 16 here, Dapper Dancer, Ron Lehman and Andrew Calder rides. He's won 1 from 18. He's been unplaced this preparation. He'd need to improve to be a winning chance. All right, let's look at them in the yard. About 3.5 minutes out. Runners are out on track, and first field made their way around to the barriers now here for our 7th event at Newcastle. As we look back on the body as well, I dare say not many would still be alive. We have Nanawal with the upset in race 5 for Anna Roper and Paul Perry there at $71, and then in our previous affair at 11 is the CL for Molly Burke and Gary Nixon just nailed Spaceballs there for both Mac and Kieran Mark. Still probably has the upside, but at what point do we think she might be starting to get a little bit too costly there, Spaceballs? So here now, Cold Brew, our favourite, albeit just moving now 240 out to 270, third up into the prep now. Cosmic.Let has been the one that they've crunched here. This going in by Adelaide, 480 into 310, open 8, Smoke on the Water, 480 out to 6. 15 into 13 now for Carnegie Hill, who was as much as a 950, or as short as 950 this morning. It was now at that $13 quote. Homrick is the one who's been 15 into 13, along with Iceland. War Star is at 15, and then 26 for the rest of them. Some late mail thoughts here, Matt? Yeah, I've just had a little shuffle around for the yard. 2, 3, 5, and 4. Happy to leave Cold Brew on top. Love the way he was strutting around the yard. He really covers the ground easily, so I think stepping out to 1400 looks suitable. He was placed in town at 1400 metres last preparation. I know he needs to take the next step here today, but you don't see any more dominant wins than his last start at Hawkesbury. Inside barrier here today, he should settle in the first few, but he's been placed on soft ground in the past. The 3, Cosmic.Let, there's been good support for him, and I love the way he presented in the mounting yard. There was plenty of things to like about his last start when he was back and wide throughout. He never shirked the task. Just the fact that it's going to step up 5 kilos in the weights, but a beautiful big strong type to look at physically. Carnegie Hill is the improver. Had no luck last start at Wyong. Draws to get the right running transit here. And Smoke on the Water, who's really...
I'm still thinking, Lee.
stone. Just has to take the next step. This would be the hardest test for you to test.
The 3 probably is the best. There is, it is not working here, Lee. It's a Tuesday. They're taking full advantage of what they are capable of doing. The 3 is a 35 to 38. This is probably, the 12 is good. It's stable. And these two have the highest advantage. Here is the other one. This is probably not the scene, but it is probably between 3 and 12. But the 12 doesn't look like, I don't know, but this is a raise. This is stable. All that is okay, but you know,
$243. That Cosmic Lab is the one that they've come for from $480, $550 solid for Smoke on the Water. And then
all that is good, but it is.
Is on there. Who's that? The 12 on
But it's not.
Penultimate event from Newcastle.
The 12 is stable. The 12 is looking okay. The 3 is also looking okay, but the 2 is dead. The 2 will get in. It's a linear. It will get in, but how and
So Iceman's gone in.
32, 34. They're bringing in weird horses, Lee. I don't know. At Randwick, I can, you can take chances. Here it is futile. At Randwick, Doomben, you can still take chances, and you can actually do that thing. But here it is, they're doing whatever they want.
Turned on.
They slowed down the 3.
Ready to run, and they're off, and Cold Brew off the inside, bounced beautifully straight to the early leader. Fun Sponge shows speed in the early stages. Smoke on the Water's handy, and then
I'm out. I did not get into it.
Carnegie Hill improving on the outside, followed by America on the outside of the best back runner, Cosmic Lad. It's about 3/4 of the way back through the field. Then Iceman crowded out 3 wide. Annulus second last. And Dapper Dancer is last as they go to the first turn. 9:50 left to go. And the leader is the favourite Cold Brew by a length to Fun Sponge. 2 lengths away, Smoke on the Water. All Star is over on the inside. They were followed by further back in the field, Carnegie Hill, who's splitting runners. And Iceman, America in the middle. Then came Cosmic Lad, third last on the rail, and just nudged along there a little bit. Second last, Dapper Dancer, and 4 away was Annulus. Down towards the turn, 500 metres left to go. Cold Brew running along. Little length to Fun Sponge, Dapper Dancer. Further back in the field, then came.
So this one has 51%. This is the highest so far.
Chiming in with 350 left to go. Cold Brew in front. Dash 2 lengths clear from Smoke on the Water. Iceman trying to chime in. Then Carnegie Hill, Fun Sponge behind them, and then Hameric getting to the outside. Cold Brew in front, but it's all out. Iceman is picking back the margin on the outside. Cold Brew had a kick though. 100 metres left to go. Cold Brew from Iceman. Cold Brew in front. Oh, I reckon it just won. Cold Brew might have just beat Iceman. Third, they were lined up. You had America out
12.
wide. Then came Carnegie
Got
Hill not
through.
far away. Smoke on the Water. Further back to Cosmic Lad. Well, they left it in the bag there. Fun Sponge, Dapper Dancer, Annulus, and More Star.
Oh, it could be that angle again. We just mentioned we might not try and call this one. It can get to you sometimes. A little bit deceiving, this angle. Geez, he looked like he was there, Cold Brew, and then he was wayward. He switched on, he switched off, he ducked out. But it looks like he's done
2, 12, 11, 5.
Just a late drift. I think he got out to about 280. Coming for him there was Iceman. The 12, it looked like maybe he'd done enough, but Cold Brew clings on there. Iceman, and then Homlock was closing off well, wasn't he? No.
He was. Nice to see him go back to back Cold Brew. He's a horse that's got any amount of ability. He just needs to do things right. You could see he really wanted to duck in over the final stages. Roy was able to get the best out of him and lift him over the line. Win number 2 at start number 7. Iceman has run his usual on this race into second position. Nice positive performance from Homrick. And Carnegie Hill has been
No, so what happened is that that 2 was the linear. Okay, it had the physics to go through. Now, the only 12. That jock, there's nothing else but that jock. There's nothing else. So was clean. This was okay. 3 is not working. This 11 was the other one. This is a ridiculous place. We'll go to the next. No matter how hard I try to avoid these places, they always keep coming back during the weekdays, and I have no other option. 7, 8, 9, 14, 15, 16, 17. 6, 1, 4, 3. Yeah, you did. The 12 was there. The rings. I stepped out, man.
this back out. Lady Damas, though, drifting out, 165 to 195. Two Russian men on the second line, pretty steady now around the $6 mark. Four candle lid, 650 out to 7. 10 in Pardue, 13 got into around 8. Just back out now to 10. 3 Snitzeroos unmoved at $11. 6 Better Be slipped $13 to 14. 9 Super Art 15 to 17, and start to get right out from there. But look, Lady Damas is a drift, but not a dramatic drift, to $1.95. But we're shopping $10 about the value play here. In Pardue, it's a really good record. Gate 1 doesn't want to get caught on the inside. They seem to be swooping a little bit today, and that's the only query. But he's going to settle behind a hot speed here, you think, in Pardue, and get $10 each way till the cows come home. So load up well. Here's John Bluey Forsyth for the 6 that Cairns.
Russian mint. About to go up.
Not good.
Super Art's gone in. Russian mint. Goes up into line, Russian mint. Welcome to all our relays, National Racing Service, Sky channels and other networks. And the field is locked away, all set to go, lights on, and they're off and racing. Russian mint out wide away pretty well, so did Super Art. Schnitzeroo in the middle is going toward the lead, and Candlelit is darting up on the inside. And Lady Damas behind them, and they were followed back behind them, but that feels better. And Impardu is back there with Better Be Slick and Dream Woman last of all. So it's Schnitzeroo leading them as they go toward the 440 before the corner. Russian men whips up around them 3 and 4 deep here to go out looking for better going, and has gone up in the middle. They were followed then by just behind them Candlelit, Super Art, that feels better. Impardu, Lady Damas, she's got some work to do, but Wiggins is getting into her work now. Russian mint on the outside, Lady Damas in the centre, and Schnitzeroo. It's Russian mint, Lady Damas. Wiggins is riding with their life. He whipped to the lead here, and Lady Damas is just in front. And just held on by Russian mint, Schnitzeroo. And they were followed then by Candlelit, will probably finish fourth. Dream Woman, not a bad run out wide, was Better Be Slick, and Impardu underneath them. And Super Art was at the rear with that field better.
This is the last one. It's a class 1 here. And if we look at the odds, it's 6143. 6 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, 6 is here. It's from gate number 10. It's the second linear. It definitely has the physics to go with it. But it's got just one race, and that's difficult to believe. That is very difficult to believe that it'll, I mean, here, this was a benchmark 64 where it was a 51. It literally struggled with that 12 on a 51. And here, it's a 67, 34. It's got the physics, but that's not enough. This one has got 3 races, 36, 35. It's 35, 36. Still, the 11 is there. The 11 is there. It's one of the best jocks. 38, 36. It's also a linear with the physics, but it is way relaxed. It's at 34. The 17 is a neutral. This is the highest. The 11 is the highest. It has a drop, but it is still the highest. The other one, the one they're talking about, is the largest inner. So that is not possible to win. The winning is anything smaller. So the 5 and the 6, these two with the highest pressure, here it did work. It's a 51 that went through. I'm not saying this will not get in, but I am not getting into it. This track, I don't want to get into it. 66, 68, 67, hardly there is any difference. The 5, on the contrary, is well within the rails. It's a 294. I mean, those numbers don't matter here because at the end of the day, you are at Newcastle and they will do what they want to do. It's already gone negative. This one gone negative. This one gone negative. In the control side, here it is okay. It is so basically, the jocks are not ready for the jock on the 5 is difficult to deliver that. All right. Even for the jock on the 6 is difficult to deliver that. 5 is more difficult, though it is a better horse, but it is more difficult for this jockey to deliver this. The other one is the 11, which is up here, which is okay. Which is a 36. I don't, if the 27 gets in, then I have nothing to say. The 11 is a check. It's in a very good hand. It's one of the best jockey. We are getting a return on the jockey, though the control is like that. In that case, this one is the lowest, probably 53.36, 44.92, 6. It's a 34.32. It's a drop, so let's not go there. The 3 has a lot of advantage. That is true. That 3 has a lot of advantage. And that's the EW anyway. That's the highest advantage on that horse, which is a 33. If this is a 33, then I mean, double the almost. If that's the highest, these two are the highest handicapped. All right, this one is the highest advantage. That's a 33. Five, 6, 2 doesn't have the physics. The 11 has the physics. Right? That's 2. 34. Then 10. This one. The 11 is a check. This 11 is there probably if they don't eat it up. I don't know about the 6. The 6 is, I mean, come on. 67 to 98 to 94. I doubt they have these kind of horses here.
Wasn't too bad. Loud wasn't too bad behind Dame Annie last time there at Cowra, beating the length and 3/4. Before that, second at Mudgee there at the Picnics behind Avoid Me. Before that, third at Parks at the non-tabs there in June. So something away okay. Gets the benefit of an inside draw here as a $12 chance for Pete Reynolds, captain Kenny Dunbar. So it's out on the track. Still waiting for I can see. We've got there. Jordan Quince is waiting for Fox World Cup. Nick Hayward's waiting for the Impeccable. Kane Stewart's waiting for Podcast. Tilly McCarroll's there waiting for Our Celebrity. Cody Nestor's waiting for his minutes of East Harlem. And then dead set is no sign of him. So half the field's around to the barriers, half the field's not in the stall in the mounting yet. Let's have a look at the market. 310 for the Impeccable. It's come in from 350 when we started doing that Aussie mounting out. 550 for Foxwell. It's holding its place there at second favourite. The 8, way too divine, it's your third favourite. It's a $7.50 chance. Avalicious continues to drift. She's out to $9.50, which is a surprise given the last start. She's a tough customer. She races up on speed.
Tomorrow we'll have a better track. That's the thing. It's a midweek. We probably are going to get Doomben. Let me check. We have Doomben probably tomorrow. Yes, we have Doomben. We have Kensington. We have Sandown Hillside. So we've got some better tracks tomorrow.
I didn't tip Ava. She won at $19. They've just told me to do it again. All right, let's have
I'll see whatever is available to me. We will play there. But this I don't like to be here at the first place. This is like, I don't know how many times I've mentioned this during the streams that this is not the place where I like to be. But it's very unfortunate that we don't get tracks on Tuesday.
He resumed over the 1200 here, and luck just didn't go his way that day. 1200 was too short for him. He improved big time at Tamworth last time out. Think he can go on with it. I suppose little concerns probably lugging 61.5 kilos on this track that's deteriorating all the time, but he's certainly got the ability to be getting away with a race like this. I think before Avalicious, she can run well here. I can't understand why she has continued to drift out, albeit she's just come back in a little bit. She did get out to about $11 there at one point. She's a mare in good form. She's won 6 races. She's won over 150,000 prize money. She's won at the trip. Hasn't won on the heavy, but the soft stats are pretty good. 18 goes for 2 wins and 7 placings. Gets into the playing for Zoe Hunt. For third, I've put in the 1, which is Foxwell. Another one for Michael Mulholland. Should improve big time. He's second up, I think. Resumed over 1200 in a benchmark 66. Gets to the 1400 here today, which I think is a much more suitable trip for him. It's just a matter of the heavy track. He's had 3 goes for a minor placing, and that's it. Gets 3 kilos off for Jordan Quince from the good draw. And the 5 podcast I put in for 4th. I just legitimately do not know where she gets to in the run. From that barrier on the heavy track with 58 kilos after the claim. She's 1 from 1 on a heavy. That, of course, was at Narromine back in late April over 1,300 metres. She was really good from back in the field that day, and she's had no luck since. So I put her in for 4th. She's another one who I just don't understand the drift. 550 now out to $12. What do we got in the yard here now? We've got the 7, East Harlem. It's in. Last start winner. Got the job done there the other day. That was at Goulburn. Carried 57 kilos that day on over 1,400 metres in the benchmark. 58 on a heavy 9 surface. Just has a very wide gate to overcome here today. Basically, with his jumping from the outside gate. So we'll need a bit of luck, but obviously racing in decent enough form. The 10, Our Celebrity. She's likely race. She's had the 6 starts for a win, 3 minor placings. Went around at England at the Duck Creek Picnics last time. Was beaten almost 6 lengths there This is a fair bit tougher today, and also has a wide gate. It gets the 3 kilos off of Tilly McCarroll. The ones there, that's Foxwell. I mentioned how he'll appreciate the 1400 metres here today. The niggle is just the heavy track. 3 goes on it. Been in the placings once, but does have to carry 60.5 on it today. Second up from a spell. Podcast is there now. She's a really nice filly, this one. She's about to turn 4. She, as I mentioned, that win at Narromine was very good from back in the field, beating Belinga Charisma on that occasion. No luck at all after that behind Malveda. Not much luck behind Dion after that. Then went to a highway last time, beat 5 lengths. If she's within striking distance of them and gets clear running, she's going to be very, very hard to hold out. And here's the impact. He makes his way to the yard. Nick Hayward just getting legged the board. Now, he's a really nice horse, this bloke. I mentioned him when I was giving him my numbers. Back in the last preparation, finished third at Gun the Guy behind Sun and Sand, who of course went on and placed in the notes. Was a winner at Orange over 1400 before going for a spell, and his body work this time in hasn't been all that bad, including that big improvement second up when finished third at Tamworth behind Great Point. Arguably should have finished a little bit closer if he got clear running at a vital stage early in the straight. So we are 5 minutes behind start time. The last of them's out on the track, so that's the first mission accomplished. We've got them all out on their way to the barrier. Some of them have been around behind the gates for the best part of 5 or 6 minutes, so they've just been meandering around over there waiting. Can see a couple of them. Looks like our Celebrity and East Harlem have joined that first cohort over behind the gates. The rest of them making their way over. Michael Mulholland's come over. I teed him up for an interview. I wasn't anticipating that we'd be talking 5 minutes after the start time for this race, Mike. get you to take a seat there. We'll have a chat. What was the hold up?
The hold up, we strap it turn up. Mate, I always try and organise it. Still in the swap box, so yeah. Just try to saddle 2 up and run all over it. That's hold up.
It always happens the last race of the day as well, doesn't it?
It does.
Mate, tell us about the Impeccable. He's come back in really good order. He was first up here over the 1200. Things didn't go his way that day, but I thought he showed really good improvement there at Tamworth last time when he got to the 14.
Yeah, he got to the 14 well. He got to the line nicely. Heavy track today's going to be an issue for him. Last time he was on one. So it's really last one. Lost for I think it's 8 to 9. So yeah, heavy track tonight was a suspect for him.
That's not what I want to hear. He is a nice horse, though, and I know you wanted to try and get him down to Sydney and take on some highways within this preparation.
Yeah, I was hoping to get around Magic actually and go that highway over the mile this week or last weekend, but it never happened. I said a little bit in between runs, but we'll see how we go today.
Speaking of that highway, of course, you had Cranich go down there on the weekend, and he ran so well, he finished second. He just has not let you down at all since you picked him up.
No, he has not let me down one little bit. We're going now, which I've got no idea because it's now take highways for a little while for him. Yeah, just see what I do.
So your horse that you down the track look to set at those country cups. I know you like targeting them with a good horse.
Yeah, there is actually on the sideline that is because you can't find another mile as we take highways, so that's on the cards.
All right, well, we'll have to keep an eye out for Cranich whenever he turns up. Outside of the wet track today, you would have come here pretty comfortable with this horse.
Yeah, soft 6 I would have been fine, but it's getting that heavy stage, and I just don't know how he would travel through it.
Maybe travels well enough. Best of luck.
Thank you.
There he is, Michael Mulholland. Oh, I should have actually asked you about Foxwell while I had you as well. You've got Foxwell in the race.
In the race, yeah. His task is actually going to go out and try and lead us in the cup. He led the bolt, that's what I'm saying. See how we go.
He's obviously much better at the 1400, but any question marks on him on the heavy track?
I don't really know. The seam was very heavy. Got through quite well. Soft 6 through quite well. Yes, I see how we go.
Best of luck with them both.
Thank you.
I will let it go this time. I just looked at my screen and realised that Foxwell was in there as well, and I hadn't asked him about it. So $4 now, the Impeccable, $4.80 for Foxwell. Sharon Jeffries' run continues to firm, and that is, of course, Way Too Divine now into 650. Now, just have a look here at the quaddie approximates. What do we got here? So to be alive in the quaddie, you need 5, 8, and 4. That's Jasper's Way, Everlasting Stars, Winning Emotions. The Impeccable, you're looking at 229.50. Foxwell 397. Way Too Divine 463. Avalicious 578. Fantasy Crown 955. Loud 1100. Podcast 724. East Harlem 964. J Division 1700. Nest in the Hills 1900. Ancient Swell 2000. Our Celebrity 3018. Jockey's Challenge, Michaela Weir, she's finished second on 4 occasions so far today in the 6 previous events. She leads the way on 8 points. The only one who can catch her here is Jordan Quince, who's on 6 points. Now, Michaela doesn't have a ride here because Black Hill Kitty was a late scratching. Jordan Quince, she rides Foxwell. So Foxwell finishes first. Jordan Quince wins the Jockey's Challenge on 9 points. If Foxwell finishes second, of course, she ties with Michaela Weir on 8. Any other result, Michaela Weir will be the Jockey's Challenge winner, courtesy of 4 second placings and 8 points. So now the girls fighting out the finish in the Jockey's Challenge today. Looks like we've got a couple left to load. We are 9 minutes behind start time for the final event at Warren. We'll head up to Cole for his call.
Will be very a trial to follow. Now the red light's on standby. As East Harlem moves up, don't think I'll be able to see them going to the back through this class, but anyway, they're off and racing. Foxwell began well, J Division, and Loud is peering up, right up along the rails. And gee, they're just a balloon out of me. Trying to look through this class, it's nearly impossible, so I'll try to pick them up when they maybe come into view a little bit more. I can't even see them where they're up to at this stage, but they're about to leave the back now, and I just can't see them through the glass. I wish I could get a hammer and knock this glass out. It's just a complete blur down the side, so I'm very sorry about that. But down the side, and it's impossible for me to see them. You're probably watching them on the TV and got a much better idea. But just a little note there, you just can't see through glass when it's raining on it. Now, I think it might be Loud up near the lead, but I'm not going to second guess things as they come up towards a home turn. And Loud might be over on the inside. They're just leading. J Division's not very far. It's over on the rails. The Impeccable is putting in its run now. Podcast is a fair way back, well in the straight now. Even here, only 100 metres out, I still can't see them. But in the Impeccable, it's racing up now. And they'll come down to the line. And just, I don't think I've ever called a race where I could not see the horses at all. But down the line they come, and the Impeccable's won it anyway. From J Division, H.E. Swell, Loud, Way to Divine, Foxwell, East Harlem, Fantasy Crown, Our Celebrity Podcast. And gee, a long way back there, Nest in the Hills, and there's another one back with it too. Avalicious, but second last.
All right, Cole, that pain in the glass was a pain in the you-know-what. The Impeccable wins it, $3.50 and $1.60. I ploughed through them. I don't know what Mick Mulholland was worried about, God bless it. Beats J Division, who was good up the inside. It finishes second. The 6, Ain't She Swell? That was an improved run from her. More than ready on a wet track. You could have picked it. And the 15 finishes in 4th spot, Loud, but he had panels on them, the Impeccable. And Nick Haywood gets him over the line here in the last event on the program. We thank you for your patience there in the last. Michaela Weir wins the Jockey's Challenge. We've held up Newcastle again. Better get to the girls. Here's Ali and Mel for the last time today.
Welcome back to Newcastle for our 8th and final event here on the card, the tab at Midway, Class 1 over 1,200 metres, and it's a tight market, as Mel mentioned in the preview. It's probably the race of the day. We've had to wait until the end here. There's very little splitting them. In fact, at the moment, we've got $4.60 a pair there for Expedo and Oakfield Neptune, and the Greys sitting at $4.80. So not a lot splitting our first 3 in the market as we dive into the yard here. The Grey for Brad Winnop and Alicia Collett.
Yeah, just finding my hard horse to catch. He's won the 1 for 9. He's been placed on 4 occasions. I'm convinced at his best.
he'd be more than capable of winning a race like this. Blinkers are coming off. Nose roll is going on today for the first time. He was placed at Hawkesbury 2 runs ago behind Casile, who's coming out to be placed in town since then. And then he was disappointing at Hawkesbury last start. He needs a touch of luck from the barrier. He's a beautiful grey and he holds good natural condition.
I dare say you have a few in line who'd be happy to put their hand up for him when he finishes racing. He looks like a dude. The two now, the new Sinatra, Mark Chevalier trains and Reece Jones rides.
He's only had the one run for Mark. He's first up off one trial at Hawkesbury, where he was beaten around half a length. He led, he was ridden along. He's a horse that showed plenty of promise early on in his career. He's a winner here in the past. It's just a long time since he's won a race. A little keen to get on with things today. He's quite fresh, so happy just to see what he does.
Sarah Ryan has the Pacific and Ash Morgan is aboard.
He's first up off one trial at Hawkesbury, which he won. He led off the fence, and he went to the line full of running. He gets the advantage of an inside gate here today, which I think he should be able to utilise. He's coming out of some strong races last preparation. He can run well.
Looks like he's had a full clip. It's all come off there. But he's quite healthy underneath. We move then to 4 Expedo for Ange Davies and Andrew Gibbons.
He looks a bit sharper today, ready to get on with things. I saw him first up at Taree, where he was very good breaking his maiden, defeating Nicode's Binks. Don't think there's a lot of depth to that race, but he's a horse with plenty of ability. He's got upside. He's quite leggy. He's a horse still learning his craft, but he gets the beautiful running transit here today. Needs to take the next step, but like I said, perhaps parading a little more above himself today.
5 Capital Jacinta, Wayne Seelan and Will Stanley.
She's been placed in all 3 career starts. She should have finished much closer first up at Wyong. She was raced in restricted room, and then she was able to get the job done last start, where she was caught wide the trip, but I thought there was plenty of merit in her win, defeating penalties. She drops 2 kilos in the weights here today, and she parades much the same as when I saw her last start.
Our current equal favourite, Oakfield Neptune for Kristen Buchanan and Aaron Bullock.
She's a beautiful filly. She was very impressive to win here first up on the heavy 8 surface. She's another one that I don't think beat a lot, but she had plenty of improvement to come in the yard, and she has tightened up slightly. I think she's always going to be a naturally big-bodied filly. She's very typical of the deep fields. They paid $650,000 for her, so they've got a good opinion of her. Wide gate to contend with, that's the negative, but I've got plenty of time for her.
Right, 7, 8 and 9 out. 10 is Our Little Star for Dave Pfeiffer and Brave Knockwrights.
She's won 1 from 16. She's a complete forget run at Gosford 2 runs ago. She was back towards the inside. She never got clear running. I thought she was only fair last start. She's another one that could definitely win this race if she put her best foot forward, but I just haven't seen that for a few runs.
Keegan Latham is aboard the 11 here, ready to rock it for Jason Deemer.
She's having a first run for the new stable, former Kieran Marr galloper. Blinkers are going on today for the first time. She's rock hard fit. She's been around the mark all preparation, but she draws awkwardly today.
Montego Bay, the 12 for Ross McConville and Brock Ryan.
She's returning off one trial at Kembla, where she was beaten around 2 lengths. She's a better horse deeper on into the campaign. This looks like a nice starting point for her today, but she presents in good order.
Mark Minavini has 13, Tickle Me Pink and Luke Rolls rides.
She's had the 4 starts for a win and 1 minor placing. She was terribly unlucky at Muswellbrook 2 runs ago when she was sent out a short price favourite. She was able to get the job done at Port Macquarie last start. Just don't know where she gets to from the barrier. She's got good tactical speed, but it's a matter of how much work she's going to have to do.
14, 15 and 16 all out. So finally 17 Sifanelli for Gary Portelli and Mariah Keating.
He was caught wide the trip on the synthetic surface at Canberra last start. He's drawn to get a much kinder run in transit, but this race has more depth today.
And just note too, Sifanelli has just come out, so a late scratching for Sifanelli, the 17 for Gary Portelli and Mariah Keating's. Late scratching race 8 at 125 due to the track downgrade. Just came out of the market, so has only just come out, but did come through a little while ago. That was Sifanelli. All right, we're just over 2 minutes out.
17 has been
our love race
crashed.
at Newcastle, over 1,200 metres, and still a really tight market. There hasn't been a great deal of Neptune, both at that 460 quad, both just ease today. 390 out to 460 for Expedo, and then Oakfield Neptune has been 4 to 460. Review has been 4 for Grey, who we talked about, 11, now 7 into 480. So that's been the firmer since markets opened this morning. Our Little Star has been 850 into 7. The Pacific is at 8.
$10 about Capital just centre in from 16, 13 ready to rocket, along with Tickle Pink and the 19 or more for the last couple there. And again, we did have a few deductions. We had that long scratching as well of Siphonelli. So a few deductions to take note of. But at the moment, the market's not telling us too much. There's not been a great deal of change between these first three in the betting. How did you see it, Mel?
Yeah, I thought this was probably the best race of the day, and the market reflects that it's a very competitive race. A new favourite now with the grey. I'm 6, 4, 13, and 3.
6 is like this.
Horse. I've seen a break amazing here on
6 is the favorite, all right? It's the second linear. It's got just one race, which is at 67%. It's a huge pressure on this horse. I don't know where it will go. I seriously don't know whether they have these kind of horses today here. It's a class 1. They did not have it in a 1400 meter benchmark 64. I'm out, Lee. I'm not going to get into it.
Pacific, I've included, has trialled up quite nicely, gets the advantage of an inside barrier here today, and I think they can utilise that. 6, 4, 13, and 3.
I'm just note 2. We've got a late
11 I like, but I don't know. The 11 is good. The 1
Capitalist, who was the last start winner at
is the largest
taken away. She managed to
inner. It cannot. It probably can't win, but it'll probably get a place.
I didn't actually see what happened, but
looks to be okay otherwise. There doesn't look to be anything. Just trotting up now, so at least she's okay. So Capital Jacinta will come out number 5. She was 16 into $10. There was a bit of movement in the market.
5 is also gone, so there is no 5. So if that is at 67, which is a 35 by 34, the 11 is at half of that with a jock.
50, as I say that. Our little star at the $7.8 about the Pacific and the Capital Jacinta has come out.
This is, I don't know if this happens, if this becomes linear now, okay? This is the linear now. If that happens, then it is a brilliant horse. But do they have these kind of horses here at Newcastle? That's a question.
Let's get up and join Ben Hall for the last time here at Newcastle.
That's a horse which is of a Randwick standard or a Flemington standard. That's what they're trying to, you know, make us believe that it is one of those horses.
They're racing at the last. The Pacific left well off the inside, bounced to the early leader. The grey was nicely away. The new Sinatra not too far away, and Tickle Me Pink's on the way forward in the early parter. Then Oakfield Neptune, followed by Expedo on the inside of Our Little Star, then Montego Bay, and Ready to Rocket on the outside last. 900 metres left to go, and the grey, the top weight, found the leader. Out by 3/4, Tickle Me Pink, and the Pacific now back to third on the rail. The new Sinatra in the middle, and Oakfield Neptune's out 3 wide, then Expedo, and then came Our Little Star. They're racing together. They were followed by Ready to Rocket on the outside of Montego Bay. 550 left to go, approaching the home turn. The grey in front, led narrowly from Tickle Me Pink, and then came the Pacific, Oakfield Neptune. Then the new Sinatra, followed by Expedo, trying to thread through her. Our Little Stars out wide, and Ready to Rocket starting to explode home out in the middle of the track. 200 metres to go. The grey in front, tackled by Tickle Me Pink. Oakfield Neptune joining in on the outside, then Expedo. They were followed then by Montego Bay. Tickle Me Pink in front from Oakfield Neptune. Expedo into the clear lake, but it's Tickle Me Pink in front. Tickle Me Pink wins. Tickle
3,
Me Pink
4,
wins
6.
the front, finishing Expedo. Third, Oakfield Neptune. Fourth, they were lined up. You had Montego Bay, Our Little Star, the grey not far off them. Then the Pacific, followed by, next was the new Sinatra. Ready to Rocket looked like it was really picking up at the 200, but that was short-lived. It's finished back towards the tail.
So Tickle Me Pink with some excited owners here for Mark Minavini, and Luke Rolls holds off Expedo, who got in the clear but just didn't have quite enough time to get the job done. Oakfield Neptune.
13? Is that a 13?
Yeah, really exciting finish.
action. I think we can follow the first three across the
Yeah, that's a 13.
winner, worked across to settle up outside the leader, and she's given good
13, 4, 6, 12.
took a little while to get clear galloping room, but he's closed off nicely. I'm not going to sack Oakfield Neptune. She had a wide run throughout, but she's back.
So what happened is this. That 13, 32-27 was running neutral. That went through. 13, then the 4 came in, which was okay. Another neutral. Then the 6. The 6 is actually a good horse. It is it is not a bad one. It got there without fainting. It did not faint. And then came the 12. So the 13. There's no logic. There is absolutely no logic of what they have done today. But that is what they have done today. This I stayed out. I mean, I at Newcastle, I wouldn't go with that. This is not what I would go with. This I can take a chance at Randwick. This I can take a chance at Flemington. Wherever it is. You know, if it has the physics, I think we can take a chance at Flemington, at Randwick, at Doomben, at Rosehill. For that matter, you can do it somewhere else, not here. Not here. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at Newcastle. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing tomorrow again. And I'm not sure where. Probably one of these tracks, either Doomben, Kensington, or Sandown Hillside. So that is that. And thank you so much for being there, Lee. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna.